is not an option. Change must be substantial. Business as usual is not optional. Number Jackie will must be done. Business as usual is not an option. Robadoi, oh, Robadoi. All you check what you nearly do. Return us to the bird stew. And yet some of you still have the gall with your business as usual. Too much work left halfway finished. Abuse if you criticize. Arrogant and liquish. Too much will dress up in cheap disguise. But I hope the people message loud and clear. We don't want bird in any form. So understand when I man shout and swear. Business as usual is cause for alarm. Stop the business as usual. The grandstanding must stop. Too much business as usual. Time for the arrogance to dry up. Some has secret company, all kind of scamps, no fronting for them. Getting paper bag every Friday. Money now is no problem, but I know they hear what the voters say. Cause Baldwin repeated today this name, and I know repeating it in song. Business as usual is not an option. Changes must be substantial. Business as usual is not optional. Trevor, Chester, Errol and John. Business as usual is not an option. Robadoi, oh, Robadoi, oh, Robadoi. Well, I know that they're not underage, so they must get the message. Stop demonizing the national. Look, it's too much business as usual. Every day in a money suit, can't roll up their shirt sleeve. Hard work they're afraid to shoot. We not really sure now what they believe. We country now facing a big crisis. We still not out of the bird nest. Everywhere is malpractice. Business as usual, stifling with progress. Stop the business as usual. Keep your ears to the ground. Too much business as usual. Humble yourself this time around. The birds all turned to chicken hawk to escape 1735. So how come you dare make him skylark, but them still outside a tribe? But I know you hear what the voters say. Cause Baldwin repeated last Saturday, and I know repeating it in song. Business as usual is not an option. Changes must be substantial. Business as usual is not optional. Harold brother be Codrington. Business as usual is not an option. Way la 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 la, oh la 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 la. Some working for foreign country, running over with money. Baldwin this thing critical, still is business as usual. Some should be on a short leash before they cause more damage. Talk for toxic must cease. The people want you to lead with courage. If they want to cross the floor, let them cross. Revenge is mine, the Lord confide. Yes, they will find out who is really boss. When Jaja children comes on the backside, stop the business as usual. We still had this land to save. Too much business as usual. Politics now come so depraved. Some in it for the money, just a pension and their ears perk up. The people business secondary, run it like a sweetie shop. But I know they hear what the voters say. Cause Baldwin repeated swearing in there, and I know repeating it in song. Business as usual is not an option. Changes must be some. We once had a dream of being supreme, of being the pearl, the gem of the Caribbean, honest and sincere in our public affairs, with no appetite for the gross and obscene. Vultures on the sky, dip their greasy fingers deep in the treasury. Hands became so vulgar, ship guns against Mandela. From Sister Antigua, behold your legacy. We used to have sugar. Look what we come to. Like the land now bitter. Look what we come to. And where we had an economy is no more like economy. We gave the country to stand for them. All that we get burned, all them big investors. Look what we come to. Turn out to be jesters. Look what we come to. Put up the tune. Put up the tune.
Hey, Jablaki. Hey, when man have to beg for a board job for your boy, look where I come to. Where Jablaki me serve for your boy. That's where I come to, Jablaki.
Yeah, me can't come to that.
Man, I beg for a board job. Oh, look what I do, Jablaki.
You sound good. You sound good. You sound good.
Better man continue to get the 4 paycheck.
In our public affair, with no appetite for the gross and obscene. But then by and by, vultures on.
Hey, boy, Jablaki me serve you, boy.
They greasy fingers.
Tell me you want this. Yeah, this is God from my side.
Every time.
Hey, me unemployed and me happy.
From Sister Antigua, behold your legacy. We used to have sugar. Look what we come to. Like the land now bitter. Look what we come to. And where we had an economy is no more like economy. We gave the country to stand for them. All that we get burned, all them big investors. Look what we come to. Turn out to be jesters. Look what we come to. And all the little dollars.
Hey, Jablaki.
Yeah, love, man.
You look on TV over, right? Apparently, in the Sudan, that's not fighting, you know. Diplomatic people will pull out them people and so.
Yeah.
You want to send someone in Antigua?
Tell me.
I can take like 700. Hey, you don't believe I can take like 700, brothers and sisters?
Not right now. No, I'm in a visa.
You okay, back, man?
I feel like I can take that for you.
I feel like I can take 15,000.
All right.
My country produced for half of the Caribbean. The island cotton's class, with quality unsurpassed.
Where's the boss?
Eagle garment
What?
made just like you've never seen.
More African in the place.
Those days are gone, as far as
Chop it, then chop it. Bring more.
and how we excelled is a distant memory. For now that our name and for scandal and shame, please tell me, Antigua, what is your
Hey, try me try get on for real talk on my computer.
once?
On my computer. Anyway, I'm gonna fly just now.
Look where we come to. Now CNN senatorial.
Hey, boy, J Black, I can't believe that's where I come to.
Where we come to.
Hey, shame back really, boss boy.
Passion fruit. Antigua Black was the golden.
Man said Dr. J, I gotta put in a share bag if you boy. Share bag, God.
Is pepper sauce.
Oh, look, J Blackie.
He's a problem.
Where we come.
Hey, take with some $9,000 you get.
Look where we come to.
Left you with $2,500.
They told
Really, truly, me feel you're fortunate.
the world record
Because really, I'm square pegging around whole way, you know.
for fraud. Antigua is boss. Look.
Hey, as I said at J Blackie, remember, when I get a certificate of attendance, you only mean that you're 10. You necessarily mean that you're smart. Can't you just remember that?
Every time.
Years it take me to get the insurance. Just remember that, right?
We're blessed. Now we're in a mess.
Why, if me miss fall, I can be me in the back now.
Scam for
Hey, talking about that,
have a little like our rum.
J Blackie,
Pray for cruise ships to come.
You can hear me?
This globe
talking to Mike.
You can hear me?
Yeah, me here good.
Alright.
Baldwin on
Suppose, man, I'm gonna say you.
or serious talent.
But suppose you know somebody who have children,
Like king, graduate
and then children deny them. You feel like a good thing?
no longer grieve. We can't pine and grieve.
In what sense?
Antigua, what
And I'm asking this question.
Yeah.
If a man get a wrong child, meaning that he and the father for the child,
where we come to.
he legacy in the child too?
Tal.
Look where we
Hey, thank you very much. You know me and the children, so I never ask people to have children.
No problem, man.
Okay, bless up.
rich with wine. Long before them Chinese came.
If you don't understand this man over here laugh.
Them
If you don't know things and the questions was asked,
Yeah, man, you have to ask question, man.
come me and discuss with somebody earlier today, and them tell me, boy, if you get the wrong pick me, a legacy still in the wrong pick me. I said, okay, sorry, but I know. Me never get wrong pick me yet.
Ivy, so you can't get account for that.
But talking about that, look what I just said that again.
small air
You can imagine.
come to.
Let's say me can't pick me, but I still get wrong pick me.
What you say?
And me says so.
What you say? Yeah, they make up their mind, buddy. You can't make up their mind?
You look so.
Hey.
Oi.
But a sorry lot. Like we lost the plot. Like someone misplaced the blueprint for our destiny. Recall yesterday, look, we supplied the USA. Now we have to import cornmeal just to make Fuji. In Coolidge, of course, Sealy mattress was boss. Folks look to see you farm.
Hey boy, Sean start early boy.
Now those things on hold.
See the fold over here, somebody work by the season.
Moon
Curse, I'm moving the world up the fold.
and murder.
Yeah, then play this.
Reality.
Hey, don't know me run for myself, you know.
Well, I missed 2 Saturday now.
Hey, but now I play that voice and flow me deal with.
No production empty.
Hey, the time in studio.
Look what we got.
Hey, 30 minutes after the 8 p.m. hour.
Cigarette out and soap. Jet fuel gas. What?
Hey, Saturday night,
And with soap.
enjoying ourselves.
I own a cat
Me and my boss,
country. It seems that a
Blackie.
Real talk.
Hey, let me just say good night to my other friend,
is more pain.
the man day and night.
Big up yourself, Mr. Knight.
Hey, big up yourself, King.
No fast running out of cash. It's time to raise from the ash. Antigua, before you crash. Reclaim your legacy. Look what we can do.
Boy, what am I going to do now, boy? The Blackie say that some of you. I do all kind of something, chat all kind of stupidness.
At the computer, also, you can't keep up.
Right now, me not understand what going on. Me try to do something, them disturb me.
Take your time, take your time.
Me not understand, it doesn't use, me try to forget to make it though.
Take your time, take your
I'm not
time.
gonna play this, me not play nothing.
Studios located in the capital city of St. John's, Antigua in the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, stop that!
And our transmitter located at the highest point, Buggy Peak in the parish of St. Mary. This is ZDK Liberty Radio International, 97.1 FM, the People's Radio Station.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get ready to rumble!
Let me ask this. If there was another regime in government, would you think they would be undergoing these stern questions as well?
Yeah, man.
All right.
Maybe even more.
All right.
Maybe even more.
Ivy.
Maybe even more. But the stakes are high.
Very much.
The stakes are high. I said the other day, and I'm going to say again, those persons who have their personal fantasies as to how they see the world, now use Antigua and Antigua money to carry out your fantasy. Get your money, bring them into your space, and deal with that.
Try the lottery.
You know what I mean? That's that.
Some valleys, I've walked through some darkness, waded through rivers of grief. Oh, the enemy told me that I was forsaken, no one was fighting for me.
Good night, good night.
I did.
Hey, good night, Antigua Barbuda.
Far on my.
Let me say good night to our Caribbean neighbors. Locked into ZDK Liberty Radio, 97.1 FM. Let me say good night to St. Kitts and Nevis, Anguilla. Hey, Montserrat.
His promise.
Hey, good night to Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados. Hey, let me say good night also to Grenada. Hey, Guyana, going as far down south as Trinidad and Tobago. To those who are joining us via the World Wide Web, via our website, www.radiozedk.com, or those who are joining us via Facebook Live at ZDK Liberty Radio 97.1. Hey, good night, one and all. The scripture to cover tonight's program is taken from the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 7. And it reads,
He may be calling for
the Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before your eyes.
and people
Once again,
that you
hey, the Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before your eyes. Hey, the word of God
if it
coming to us from the book of Deuteronomy 28 and verse 7.
what he's on
Special good night to Miss Patricia Gums over there in the hospice. Good night, Miss Gums.
me
Hey, to my little sister Nicole and her family over there in the Mount Pleasant area.
battle.
My other sisters. Hey, good night, Bridget. Hey, good night, Nola. I hope and trust that all is going good with y'all over there.
The hands of the Savior keep holding
Hey, let me say good night to my brother. Hey, the man Kali,
us.
aka DJ Governor Slim.
My song,
Hey, big up yourself, King. Hey, they say no news is good news.
if God is
Someone else stress. Hey, to my many nieces, especially. Hey, Denise. Joanne. Hey, Bernadette.
shall come
Hope and trust that all is going good.
when God's on my side.
Hey, to my many nephews, especially the man Austin. Hey, big up yourself.
Just me and Jesus.
And to my many cousins, especially cousin Annette James Brown over there in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Also, to Halima Thomas over there in Orlando, Florida. Hope and trust that all is going good with you, Halima. Hey, to my second mother also in the United States. That's Sister Jean Golston. Hey, good night to you, Sister Jean. Hey, hope you had a good Sabbath today. Hey, what's up, Jomo? Hey, big up to you and your family, my friend. Hey, right back here in Antigua. Hey, my second mom. Hey, Loretta Hunt. Over there in the Nut Grove area. Hey, condolences again, Loretta. Hey, Loretta, let me get a joke. We could have swear tell me that Miss, your mom, would have been buried on Friday. So me get dressed up and everything. When we call Nicole and ask how the service to go. Nicole say, boy, I'm Monday now. But they say, look, we feel the Lord, we want to dress up in the closet. So we just go up the road in the closet. So Monday, God's willing, I shall be there to, help carry you through the burden. Hey, big up yourself to you and your family, Loretta. Hey, keep strong.
No weapons.
Also, my other second mom, hey, that's Cassie. Hey, how you doing, Cassie? Hope and trust that all is going good. Hey, to my stepmother. Hey, that's Miss Christophine Lewis over there in the Berlin area. That's East Potters. Hey, hope and trust that all is going good. And not forgetting, hey, the great Bamsey. Hey, that's Mrs. Winifred Christopher and her family. Hey, down there in the Cooksville area. What's up, Bamsey? Hey, hope and trust that all is going good with you and your family. Hey, bless up yourself, man.
You can stand against. No weapon shall prosper. When God's on my side. When God's on my side. If it's just me and Jesus, I can't be defeated.
Yes, you're listening to Hey, 97.1 FM. Hey, ZDK Liberty Radio.
Got the victory every time.
Stay tuned. We will be right.
Cottage in number 3 Casada Gardens hails Rags to Rugs. 100% handmade Antiguan interwoven rag rugs by J. Lissa Lewis. We have various sizes of floor rugs, decorative wall hanging rugs, and table mats, uniquely and sustainably handmade. To purchase, send us a message via WhatsApp at 268-770-8088 for directions to our physical location, or we can deliver to you anywhere on Antigua absolutely free. Like and follow us on Facebook at Rags to Rugs Antiguan Made, on Instagram Rags to Rugs, or you can email us at ragstorugs@gmail.com. Don't forget, our rag rugs and table mats are machine washable and dryable. See you soon.
Elaine and Dad's Joseph Consultancy. We consult on labor relation matters, insurance, business matters, and politics. P.O. Box 2287, Francis Lane, Yorks Village, St. John's, Antigua Barbuda. Our email address, it's elaineanddadsjoseph@gmail.com. Telephone numbers 776-0200 or 464-4201. Contact us. We are here for you.
I witness a fight.
Welcome back.
Between you people whistles.
Hey, welcome back to Real Talk.
And scores of labor.
Hey, right here on ZDK Liberty Radio, 97.1 FM.
Was pelting all over the place. I run into your so building in order to
time in studio. Hey, 26 minutes after the 8 p.m. hour.
Who signed?
Dave Beef, Josephine and company.
His question.
How was your day today?
I this
I hope and trust you had a good day. Hope and trust you're having a good weekend.
a red chip in me.
Well, I'm feeling good.
Neither a blue chip in my.
Hey, for those persons who are not feeling all that good,
I am too control
say prayer.
fighting for them son
Hey, prayer works all the time.
and their politics.
Hey, once you pray, mean it.
In this,
Leave it at the Almighty's feet,
if there's
and He'll work everything out.
on my skin,
Hey, I'm seeing that right now.
national one. So
See what you block in ever beg?
I'm fighting
Hey, good thing, Lord. Go ahead, fight my battle.
for the redemption of the
Hey,
nation.
let me say good night to my good friend. Hey, the man Plassy. Stonewall Jackson. Hey, how you doing, sir?
Save the other one.
I hope and trust that all is going good with you and your family down there in the Green Bay area. Hey, good night, Nalda. Hey, that's Nalda Jarvis over there in the North Grove area.
Oh, yeah,
Hey, good night to you and your brother. Hope and trust that all is going good. Once again, hey, good night to Miss Patricia Gums
The way he
up there in the hospice.
that will make me realize that the last paragraph he just heard.
Caught him by surprise.
Perhaps the youngster didn't know that. Regardless of what, there are those who care about their country and not those who party. When the youngster begin to beg to repeat what I said, friends, I come to the conclusion he didn't understand. I repeat, I don't have a red chip in.
Hey, good night, Joe Blackie. Talk to me. How you doing?
Yes, man, give thanks once again, my brethren. One love. You're talking in the house. Everything I have in my brother.
Everything good?
Yeah, man.
All right.
And the political part.
Before we get into things,
If there's a
let me just say,
on my skin, it's
hey, happy birthday. Hey, to those who are celebrating today.
I'm fighting
Hey, those who might have celebrated in the not too distant past,
redemption of this nation.
and those who will be celebrating in the not too distant future.
Fighting,
Happy birthday.
eating,
And I hope and pray
I'm fighting.
that the Almighty will bless you with many more birthdays.
Oh, yeah, yeah. These and things.
Hey, you know, Joe Blackie,
You love, man.
hey, tonight I want to begin with a conversation
Focus intensive.
with, the persons who I refer to as indigenous Antiguans.
Child.
That is the Barney Antigans.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they're right here on the rock. They've decided to remain on the rock in order to fight and make sure that future generations of Antigans are born here.
Yeah.
They've decided to stay and fight the fight, because we all, the conscious ones, do not ever want to see our country reach a stage where our people are getting on a boat in order to go someplace else to make or to have a better life, or even to get in a container and to end up someplace else because life would have gotten so hard, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So I want to start the conversation with those persons I refer to as indigenous Antigans, Barney Antigans, you know. But having said that too, I want to fully acknowledge and positively commend my fellow Antiguans and Barbudans who was not born in Antigua or Barbuda, but have sworn their allegiance to Antigua and Barbuda and have decided to make Antigua and Barbuda their home.
Indeed.
You know?
Indeed.
And I want to make sure, let me repeat that, because people love to say things I ain't say, you know? So let me just make myself clear. Once me not make myself clear, whoever has to spin it, that different in the business about that.
Record speak for itself, man.
Let me just fully again acknowledge and positively commend my fellow Antiguans and Barbudans who was not born in Antigua or Barbuda, but they have sworn their allegiance to Antigua and Barbuda and have decided to make Antigua and Barbuda their home, you know?
Yeah, man.
As I started to put down my thoughts on paper, it led me to, I've never really asked somebody who would have, got no citizenship, what's the process like. I know they have some sort of a ceremony or something at the passport office or wherever. But I went on the net to see if I could have found an oath, and I came up with something, and maybe somebody can call me and correct me if I'm wrong. Nalla, I can't answer the phone right now, Nalla. I'm on the air, so if you want to talk to me, let me call back when I'm finished. Yes, I came across the oath. I guess I don't know. Yeah, have you ever spoken to anybody who would have?
No.
But I came across this oath. It says, I guess you would say, whoever the name is, do swear or solemnly affirm that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law. I guess they would now change Majesty her Queen to the Majesty his King.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Since they had that change. And that oath, I guess, because the monarchy is the head of state.
Yes.
I guess that's why that, you know. So I want to acknowledge those persons.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And fully commend them for taking that step. And I also want to acknowledge my fellow indigenous Antiguans, again the Barney Antiguans, who have made their personal decision to swear their allegiance to another country, but they make a contribution to the country of their birth, and that contribution takes some form beyond just calling in on talk shows and commenting on the Facebook pages of the different talk shows, you know.
Yeah, man.
You know, as we hear all along, talk is cheap. You know, so I have nothing against those persons who make their decisions, but at the same point in time, they still try to make a contribution. Again, as I said, beyond talking.
Yeah.
Okay, you know how some of them pan all this, some that just talk shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, the Blackie, a lot of people in the public believe that, you know, being in radio is just about coming on radio and just talk, you know. Well, I'm sure that you see that that's not how you go.
Body with them, man.
You know, you have to adjust yourself. You have to try to
behind the scenes
get yourself off here with a lot of different issues that's going on, etc.
Of course.
The serious ones in radio know that you know, we have to listen to everything, even things that we don't like to hear, people that we don't like to hear. So we have to listen as much as we can in order to be really prepared.
Strike a balance.
Right, for when we come on radio, you know. And the public look to some of us in the radio or on the radio, and some in the public will swear by whatever Jablaki say or whatever Beef say or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So with that type of responsibility, we have to be very careful with what we say on these microphones, and that is why we, you know, on our personalities have to be very conscious of the impact that we may have or we can have, you know.
Yes, man.
And as I was preparing, and that came to me as a scripture text came to my mind. It is Luke 12:48, and it says, "But he that knew not and did not commit things worthy of stripes shall be beaten with a few stripes. For unto whomsoever much is given, of him shall much be required. And to whom men have committed much, of him they will ask the more." That's the word of God.
Ivy King.
Basically saying, if you're not too bright, I'm not expecting much of you. But if you're one who has been tasked or given the opportunity to lead the way for people depend on you, and you use that and do wrong, plenty stripes you get blown.
2 and 3 and so.
You know? And I think I know some of them that I believe will get blown plenty stripes. Now people are begging for them and so no. So I need something to catch up with them, you know? Yeah, so that came to my mind and I wanted to do that. No. I listened to this week or today, Saturday, post cabinet press briefing last Thursday, 20th of April. Minister Melford Nicholas was not present. So Maxers filled in for him, you know?
Yeah.
For me? Did you listen?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
For me, I found some of his utterances quite revealing. And that got me, having heard him with some of the things he was saying, it got me to thinking about Antigua and why we are where we are. You know? We, Antiguans and Barbudans, we were told a few years ago that the present government was embarking on a mission to make Antigua and Barbuda an economic powerhouse. Now, you know about that, right?
Yes, of course.
Right.
Of course.
In an economic powerhouse, one would believe that most of the residents will be able to enjoy a reasonable life. And when I talk about most of the residents, I'm saying maybe up to 85%.
Understand.
Because, you know, there's always going to be challenges. And I would believe that for the different 15%, the government, through its different programs, etc., would be looking out for these people, you know, social programs and so. But if you get to the stage of a economic powerhouse, I would want to believe that, reasonably speaking, the majority of people would be comfortable. They work, they're able to meet their commitments, and then have a little thing to put aside in the bank or in investment, for investment purposes. That's what I think, that's the vision I have in my mind if you're living in an economic powerhouse. Well, I understand, having said that, I understand fully too that creating this economic powerhouse will not be an overnight accomplishment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I understand that clearly. And I can respect that.
Yes.
It's gonna take a lot of work. However, I believe that minimum standards have to be set. And those minimum standards must be improved upon continually, so that once these minimum standards are being gradually improved upon, I mean that the livelihoods of the people would be improving gradually along with that. You know what I mean? I think that that's reasonable. Now, the minimum wage in this country is set to establish a wage from which the recipients would enjoy a reasonable life. That's the whole reason for the minimum wage. You know? The law provides that this minimum wage should be reviewed every 2 years. And of course, as situation dictates, it can be increased based on the circumstances.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that every time that you
look at it,
that you review it, it has to be, you know, the circumstances would dictate that.
Yes.
But that's an exercise that our forefathers had in mind. Now, that's a thought our forefathers had in mind as to how we can move along. You know what I mean?
Yes.
All right. For full disclosure, so that everybody knows, I don't want people to believe I'm talking about one side or not. For full disclosure, I've been tracking it. You know, I do a little labor relation consultancy.
Yeah, man.
So I've been tracking it from 1998 up to 2023. I'm going to start from 2002. Because that would have been 2 years before the UPP took over in 2004.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
In 2002, it was at $6.
It's the minimum wage, right?
Yes, $6 an hour. And in 2006, which would have now been 2 years into the first term of the UPP government, they improved it from $6 to $6.75. That would have been a 75 cents increase, which would represent about 19 cents per year.
Yes.
Right? And then after 2006, which would have been 2 years into the first term of the UPP, then again in 2008, which would have been either to the end of their first term or going into the second part of the second term.
The end.
The end, right. They then again moved it from $6.75 to $7.50.
Yes.
That's another 75 cents increase, roughly 19 cents again per year. What is it, 2008 I said?
Yes.
Right. So, no, Yes, 750, 75, 38 cents a year, not 19, 38 cents a year. And that would have been about another 2 years since they would have
To take a look at it.
right. So we can say that to every time that the law would have asked for it to be looked at, the UPP increased it.
Yes.
We can say that. Then the UPP lost power, I believe it might have been, or lost government in June, I believe it would have been June 2014.
So let me ask this: from 2008, it hasn't been looked at again.
Take a
and-
time.
No, because you said they lost.
The UPP lost power
Yeah.
in 2014.
Yes.
In 2008, they adjusted it. Right. Okay, now I see the question saying.
All
So
right.
between 2008 and 2014, up to when they left, the figure did not increase.
Okay.
That would have been 6 years now.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So 3 cycles would have passed,
Passed,
and it was not increased.
Yes.
I think between 2008 and 2014, 2008 was the crash, the financial crash.
Yes. 2009.
2009.
Yes.
All right, I just know that just come to my mind. Anyway, the fact is, between 2006, or between 2008 and 2014, it wasn't changed. That's 6 years, 3
Yes.
cycles, and it was changed to $8.20. On the first, it became effective on the 1st of November 2014. Right, and at that time, the Labour Party was in government.
Yeah.
Right? I've heard discussions about from the UPP side saying that they were having, well, the National Minimum Wage Committee had met and they had discussions and they just did not enact it until then. Me not really get caught up in that. Let me get caught up in what we can look at and see.
Yeah.
It was increased to $8.20 in 2014.
November.
1st of November 2014.
Yeah.
That would have marked a 70-cent increase, which worked out to be roughly 12 cents a year.
Okay.
If you're supposed to check it. Then, from the 1st of November 2014 to the 1st of January 2023, which would have been a cycle of 6 years,
Yeah.
it was then increased from $8.20 to $9, which is 80 cents. And if you divide the figure, it works out to be roughly 10 cents a year
Okay.
over that period of time. So we are now, the minimum wage at this present moment is $9 an hour. $9 an hour.
Presently.
You're presently as we're talking. No employer, even employer pays anybody below the rate of $9 an hour. The worker should look for somebody like me, or a union of their choice, or a lawyer of their choice, and go to get their money.
For
Because they
representation.
would have money for them if they're being paid under $9 an hour. So I wanted, for full disclosure, to go through that. Why that is important in the discussion I'm having here. Most workers in this country work for the minimum wage or just above
Yeah.
the minimum wage standard. Most workers in this country. By collective bargaining, those workplaces who have a union might be able to marginally negotiate a little better
Yeah.
than the $9. But for the most part, and by my calculation, I would want to believe in the region of between 10 and 15,000 workers in this country is working for minimum wage.
And that's smack back the $9.
Yes, that's at $9, right? With that in mind now, bearing that in mind, right? And I'm going back to what I would have heard coming out of the cabinet press briefing. And I take the position that at these press briefings, when Mac speaks, he's speaking on behalf of the government. As a matter of fact, I think I heard him say a few weeks ago to Nikki.
He was
By the way,
sent
let me say good night to Nikki. You're doing a good job, Nikki. You're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Anyway, later for that.
Yeah.
He was, well, the people who send him there are satisfied with what work he's doing. So I'm going to assume that. So how could our government then, based on the utterances that I would have heard from Maxers, be encouraging a policy where indigenous Antiguans, right, born here Antiguans, and Antiguans who was not born here but have sworn their allegiance to our country, how then could our government be encouraging a policy that these people, indigenous Antiguans said and others, are made to compete against immigrants for menial jobs and menial wages and salaries? How taking all I'm saying, how could that be allowed? How could a policy like that be advanced? Because, and I'm going based on the utterances coming out of the press briefing, and I'm going to play some of them of what I captured, right? Because if the government is saying, in relation to the Africans,
yes,
and across the board too, that persons can come to our country as tourists on vacation, and the government basically turn a blind eye. And Nikki did ask that question too. You're going to hear about that, in my opinion, too.
Yeah.
Turn a blind eye, and that would have caused me to also ask some questions of some people in the Labor Department and some people in immigration. Remind me, let me tell you what they tell me. People would come on holiday. They end up and they stay here. They get an extension or whatever the case is. They work, in my mind, sometimes illegally, and the government turns a blind eye to that. Right?
Yes.
How does the people them who here, how are they going to survive and move forward in an economic powerhouse when I would have looked at how the minimum wage is moving? Because we know Antiguans. For the person who's calling me, I don't want to call the name on here. Send me a WhatsApp, because I can't answer the phone. I don't know if the telephones here are not working. Eugene tell me that the phone is not working, so I don't know what's happening. But send me a WhatsApp, King. Right?
Yeah.
If we're getting $9 as it is now, minimum wage work is working for $9 an hour, and an immigrant is coming here, and if I'm not mistaken, to use the information that we would have gotten from some of the Africans and who are here talking, I think they would have said that they might be working for an equivalent of $5 a day.
Yes.
When they were talking about the accommodation and stuff.
Yes.
I think I heard that someplace.
Yes, I heard that.
Right?
As well.
If Antiguans, based on what's happening in Antigua, say, hey, I can work for $9 a day. Because, again, as I said, when I was building my house in 2018, I was paying a laborer $100 a day. A laborer today, some laborers today are not getting $100 a day.
So some laborers today are not getting $100 a day?
No.
Based on the $9?
Yes.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, the Antiguan is saying, I was working for $100 a day then. How me go work for $80 a day now? But somebody who's making $5 a day would come and work
yes.
for the $80 a day.
Yes, it's improving.
So you see, it's an improvement for them.
Yes.
But it's not an improvement for the Barney Antiguan and those persons who would have committed the year. So you see, when I heard the utterances that was coming out of the press briefing in terms of return a blind eye, then it took me now to think back on why our country is where it is.
Yes.
You follow what I'm saying?
And do you think that the same indigenous Antiguans are aware of these things?
Well, yes, they are. Yes, they are.
That the government is turning a blind eye to these things?
Yes.
Encouraging these things?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Pardoning people who are breaking the law.
Yes, they are. But for some reason, let me put it that way. For some reason, there's a level of fear among some of our people. I really don't know why. Because as I bleed, every politician can bleed too. The same blood runs, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why I should be afraid of any politician. I'm not saying that you're supposed to be disrespectful. If you're having a, you know what I mean?
Of course.
Conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But none of them politicians in Antigua and Barbuda, from A to B, none of them are my father. My father done dead and gone.
When you look upon the
and
actions,
holding of them can't talk to their children.
when you look upon the actions of some of them, then you know they say them they are servants, but I mean,
Well, that would take. I'll go into that.
watch the actions.
So I don't really understand where the fear come from,
Mm-hmm.
right? Over the years, I believe there has been collusion among people, and that I believe, I know that there's been collusion among people to isolate people who they persons might see as being outspoken, or you know what I mean. As a matter of fact, this afternoon I heard Devon, my friend, Devon, on the radio. This afternoon or this morning, one or two. And he was talking about a man who persons have said that he have said to them that he responsible for promotion in a particular department of government.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, if you don't like you, people who don't qualify like you are gonna pass you in terms of promotions, etc.
That's happening.
Yes, I know who the man is. But Devon drive Marlon Joseph,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So Devon can cry to higher ups.
Yeah,
So I will not take up that fight. No,
I agree.
right, Devon. I know exactly what he's talking about, but that's not my fight at this moment.
I think he gave them an ultimatum. He set a date. For,
The ultimatum there, as far as me concerned, too long,
I agree.
right? That too. But again, as I say, that's not my fight at this moment.
I agree, King.
So I'll just leave that. Devon is almost the deputy minister, so he's supposed to can deal with that. But I know what he's saying, and the man in question, I know, made some statement some years ago, and when questions was put to senior members of the government in relation to that man, the response was, he's now an Antiguan and Barbudan citizen. You know, but everybody looking different, you know.
Wow.
I'm glad to see that Devon wake up. I'm hope that the fire they catch with some other people, and I can tell you that persons in that particular department, senior persons, have been complaining. I've heard them complaining, and when you tell them, write one letter,
How long now this is going?
years,
Wow.
years. When you tell them, write one letter to whomever, who's responsible, the man. No,
So-
we can't
so-
do that because he might spite me.
So the man they know me ban ya.
No.
He come here
Who? Yes.
and get a position and take advantage of people
Yes.
and the powers that can be now do nothing about that.
Yes.
Ivy King.
Yes. But as I say, Devon will eventually deal with that. So let me just hold that before, I go there. Good night, caller. Well, go on and now. Good night, caller.
If you'd like to make a call, please
All
hang
right.
up and try again.
Okay, well, the phone will work at least. So I don't know what happened there just now. Call me back, caller. 462-1100 is the number. Yes, King.
Yes, I am.
No, you know that, all ideas must contend in my, any shows that I run. I might not agree with what somebody's saying, but once persons are not slandering nobody, let all ideas contend.
Feel, man, feel free.
So
feel
based
free.
on what I would have just said, if persons would want to comment, you can give me a call, 462-1100. That's our number here, 462-1100. Or you can send us a WhatsApp at 464-4201. Again, some people on the radio say, oh, I don't want to call, I don't want to WhatsApp because calling us on the voice. I recognize that.
Yes,
some
man.
people, for whatever reason, might not want to have their voice out there. So the WhatsApp is open, 464-4201.
That's
if
why
you want
these
to
platforms are available, Beef.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you know. So, if that, all of that came to me when I heard the utterances coming from
Press briefing.
Yes, from Maxers.
Yes.
At the press briefing. As I said, it caused me to speak to certain persons at the Labor Department, for instance, and I was told, or I put it to the person, if I know there's a construction site in my area, and I know from my investigation that 25 persons are working there who have a work permit, what happens at the Labor Department? If I give that information to the Labor Department, what happens? I'm told that in times past, they would have gone to the site in collaboration with immigration, and they would have brought an action against persons without the work permit,
Proper work permit,
and
contractor,
and from the immigration standpoint, person might be working without time. And I was told that the policy makers would frown on that situation and sometimes even call people to tell them back off. That's what I was told. I was also told that sometimes when they go to some of these work sites, they would have a letter, right, signed by a person in government, and to those persons this letter giving permission to work or to be able to work.
Yeah.
If you remembered a few weeks ago, we were talking about the Africans working, right? The Africans in the whole here working.
Yeah.
You can know them. Most of them, they're shot like a whiter than the rest of them. Because maybe they're newer than the rest of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you know that.
Yeah.
And we would have heard, well, I knew all along, as I said, that they didn't have no work permit. I knew that. But I was told that under the law, the minister can make an order varying certain things, right?
Yeah.
So I kept tracking the Gazette. And if I'm correct, or if my memory serves me correct, that order was gazetted round about the 13th of April.
Okay.
I think Nikki had put a question like that to Max also. And basically she was asking, well, you mean that when they were working between then and the 13th that they were working illegally?
Yes.
You know? And you'll hear what the answer was. You know? You'll hear what the answer was. Going back now to, as I said, when they would go to some of these sites, people would have a letter. My argument is, I don't know that no one individual run this country. I think that this country is run by laws. And if the law says that a minister, regardless to who's in power, have the power by way of order to vary certain things, then just do what the law say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just do what the law say.
Follow the law.
Right? That people will be able to know, make a decision as to what they want to do come election time.
Right.
But don't be giving letters, giving the appearance that your letter substitute the law.
Supersedes
the law. Or your letter is legal.
Ivy man.
If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And again, persons who are listening to what I'm saying, if you feel I'm wrong, you could give me a call and tell me that I'm wrong.
So who bring their letter there? Police?
Which letter?
Same letter and them that them.
No, the whether it is the employer or the employees would present these letters to
To the
Labor Department officials
Right.
when they go on these raids.
Okay.
Going back to why some persons are afraid, and I'm not sure if it is persons are afraid. Some people, because of the hassle that they get, as I said, Devon gave an example in terms of people just passing you. Some people decide to themselves, you know what? If other people not kill themselves, we not kill for myself.
That's sad, man.
Right? But it is the country that suffers.
Yeah, man.
And that is how we end up where we end up now, where you hear certain people saying certain things. Now, I know that 99% of the things that happen in government, you're not going to see a politician's signature on it. You're going to see Beef, Jablaki, somebody's signature. So when the shit hit the fan, you're not going to see the signature. You're not going to see the politician's signature. If we remember from my generation, the medical benefits inquiry.
Yeah.
When my good friend Elmead Jarvis said, when the minister say pay, you pay.
Good night, Mr. Jarvis.
Right? Big up yourself, Mr. Jarvis, if you're listening. Seventh Adventist brother.
Yeah,
in the
I'm
Lord,
bet you.
you know?
I'm bet you.
I don't know if he's listening, but I can remember him saying that.
Yeah.
Right? But who may go jail?
He end up there, jail.
Not there's somebody that tell you pay.
Not somebody.
As a matter of fact, there's somebody that me tell he will pay.
Yeah.
It turned out afterwards that we heard of that person and the man was ready.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So, for me, I don't necessarily have a problem telling people where to get off.
Yes,
I don't have a problem at all. Me not have a fear. Me not have a fear. Maybe because, well, me not look materialistic. Me not look for paychecks. I'm going to want to go slow here so that them people understand the difference between me and them. When I became the chairman of a particular board, first month, they brought a check for me for $4,000. I said, what's this? I said, that's the chairman's stipend. I said, joke, I make one. They said, yeah, that was the last chairman was getting. I said, if me know that before, problem with around here.
Yeah, listen.
I'm going to tell them, cut that in the two. You understand?
Talk, make people understand what you're saying.
Me like them who fight. Who made a fight? I'm in a fight. I know a beg.
So you get $4,000 and tell them, give you half of that and you satisfied with half.
Satisfied. And whenever me do them kind of things there, right? Me document them.
Yeah, man.
As a matter of fact, I had the email here. I know the email. I have it here.
Send me the email, man.
Right. I have it here, and it's up there in the records. The gentleman who run the place on a day-to-day basis, tell me, you're the first somebody to come and do that. If me like, I'm not gonna lie, penny pen ear. The man who run the place tell me, you're the first somebody to come and do it. Because even though you're doing what you're doing, and you know, throw water in the tank for go to these places and so, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
But you're making a contribution to your country.
Yes, sir.
I can remember when this present government was coming into office, they said that they were going to people who were on boards, they would have cut the stipends,
Yes.
etc. because
That
blah,
was
blah,
said.
blah.
That was
I know that, and it was done initially. And me know people lobby.
So you go back up.
And you go back up. I'm investigating a situation now. I'm going to move off it now. But I want them to know that me know. And when me know, the world will know.
You can't move over that so quick, man.
Hey, man, all the things to do, man.
No, but what me try to say, my brother, look, that really powerful enough.
I really want to get colic. They can't eat too much.
No, but at the first time, the man even utter these things to me. Me never even know these things before.
Hey, you know what? Let me look for the email.
You know?
Let me look for the email and come back to you. Let me just go with this. You're listening to... Okay, we take this call first. Good night, caller.
Good evening, Beef. How are you and Blackie?
Heal up, man.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I can't do like you, Beef. And Blackie, all is 80 cooling out and having a nice program.
Oh, who's this?
Big brother. Big brother.
Hey, how are you doing? How are you doing, King? How are you doing?
Big brother.
I'm still hanging in, bro. I hope that you guys are okay.
Yeah, man.
Well, you sound okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
All right. Okay.
How are you doing?
And if I may just... Did you say something?
No, I was asking you, how are you doing?
I am here hanging in by the grace of nature. I am giving all praises.
By the grace of who?
Nature.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. Continue. I'm not going to argue with you. Continue. But that's why I'm make sure me here, right?
Hey. Hey.
Oh, we're accustomed to our little talk and pull.
Yes.
At the end of the day, we respect each other's opinion.
Yes,
no
bless.
enmity.
Bless.
All right. Good. Now, I heard you talking about some people give up and things and so on in terms of fighting for just cause. But let's face it, our system is designed against us. All right? The poor and the vulnerable. And officials can call and just make and get what they want get done and by way of a phone call. But when you present yourself, like for example, I know a situation where a young man basically by inept police officers and we don't call him a name. I may even say compromise. He had his case thrown out when he was not notified by the police that his case would be called. And so he decided to go further to high up the ladder. And lo and behold, just before he left, where he lodged his complaint, a phone call was made to someone in the field, and next thing you know, it's a sabotage. Okay? All right. Now, I sent you a copy of a letter. Did you see it on your phone?
I didn't check. Let me check.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
On my phone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a big number there. But I see the number. Give me a second there. It's downloading.
You send anything for me, Percy?
Okay. As it downloads, I can give you an idea what it is, right? And you have the proof in front of you, so I can call the business place.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Letter of termination.
Use lumber on Old Palm Road. Okay? Where two workers had a squabble, and lo and behold, apparently the management, based on first of all, one of them was given after a police was invited in to see to what the footage. One of them was given 3 charges, and one was given 1. Well, the one who was given 3 charges, those charges were dismissed. And the one who was given 1, he was found guilty, and because he basically initiated the squabble. And he was charged $500 in the court of law. Now, as a union man, you suspending or terminating somebody's service. You give a letter. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you have up to 7 days to issue the personal letter. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The termination letter, right?
What Mr. Williams at if I can say Mr. at you did, he sent a text message. You have the text message on your phone too. You see it?
No, I have the letter up.
Okay. Well, he sent a text message to the fired employee's father. Remember, no, he did not employ the fired employee's father. He employed the son. All right, okay. You would have expected, right? You would have expected, you don't want this man back on your compound, blah, 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 blah. You fire him, you give him a letter up to 7 days, because I think anything after 7 days, the letter is irrelevant. Am I correct?
Yes, after 7 days, you cannot use it in any proceedings.
Thank you. All right, good. Now, that thing happened on the 6th of March. Either the 6th or the 7th. But then the father was called. After we exposed them on Facebook and also on the radio, the father was called and told to pick up the letter, the termination letter.
But why did the father pick it up?
Well, I think maybe in the interest of the son.
No, the father. Well, firstly, the father ought not to have picked it up. That's the first thing.
Okay.
And even if the father picked it up, I am not taking nothing from the father. The law puts the onus on the employer to get the letter to the employee.
Thank you. All right. Now, the letter that the father picked up. What date is on it there? I think you have it on your phone. Download it now, ain't it?
Yeah, the 7th of March.
Oh,
2023.
It was picked up on the 7th.
The letter.
No. The letter is dated the 7th of March.
Yes, that's the termination letter, right?
Okay. Right. Okay.
Yes, it's dated the 7th of March.
The father actually picked it up on the 7th of April.
7th of April.
Yep.
This matter is this matter being looked at by any union or anything?
I think the father has since engaged. I think he spoke to a lawyer. The father and the son spoke to a lawyer.
Why the father, not the son? I'm not saying that the father can't help his son, but
but the father is basically directing him, giving him guidance in terms of rather than
once the person have legal representation and the person know what they're doing, the person would have been unfairly dismissed. The son would have been unfairly dismissed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey,
because you see,
that's free advice, there, right? That's free advice.
Free advice, well, you know, I'll give you advice.
Hey, but that's free advice. That's free advice.
Well, you never charged me before.
Yeah, the law. As a matter of fact, it is section C10 of the Labor Code. Right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that, because you have some people there. You have some people there, right? That they get position parachuted onto them, and they don't know what they're doing. Take for example B. I know of a situation at the prison where two female officers, prison officers, they're working and they're not being paid because I know one of them. In one instance, they claimed that she was overpaid. Now, if an employer genuinely overpaid somebody, what is the recourse to get back the money?
Well, firstly, they have to prove to the individual that they were overpaid, and then once that is established, then they would have to enter into an arrangement as to how they will be paid back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, because it seems sometimes to me as if, well, because Percy, I'm happy that he's coming from a professional like you. Because when Percy talks, you know, it's a Percy controversial and Percy loves trouble and Percy like to agitate. You understand what I'm saying? But coming from a professional like you, I'm happy.
Just before you go, the amendment that was made to C10(1) in the Labor Code read, upon termination by an employer of an employer's employment subsequent to the expiration of the latter's probation period, the employer shall, within 7 days of the termination of notice thereof, furnish to such employee a written statement of the precise reason for the termination. After that 7 days, you're unfairly dismissed.
Okay. Well, Blue, B,
you can call me.
My situation. Sorry.
I don't worry about that.
I was working at Columbia Emerald one time, and 4 days after my probation, they terminated my service. I pointed it out to Sue Ross and Miss Williams, and they ignored me. I took them to court, and I won them. You hear me? Mm-hmm. I took them to court, and I won them. So just to give an example of what you're talking about, because again I say, all employers, supervisors, etc., and so on, managers and so on, they should familiarize themselves. And maybe you can do a symposium or do a crash course with some of them, because some of them only get position and they're worse than the man on the street. They don't know what they're doing. How could you do that to a young man? How could you do that to a young man?
Thanks
for your time, brother.
No problem.
But Mr. Simon,
Blackie, get home safely.
Mr. Simon.
And Hey, what's up?
Before you leave, I want you to hear this. I have a letter to read, and I would like you to call back to give your input on it, okay?
All right, no problem. All right, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch back on, and then I listen.
Okay.
And once it's possible for me to call back, I'll call back. I'll make an effort to call back.
Okay, man.
All right,
All
man.
right, thanks.
Thanks for calling.
Okay, family.
All right, bless.
Big up Rastaman Jun.
I'm just looking for. I'm trying to find out where I saved it. It's not, I don't see it in my correspondence. Folder. Give me a second there. You know what? Let me come here for a second. You're listening to 97.1 ZDK. Stay tuned. We will be right back. What's happening here?
Leading up to the last election, I witnessed a fight between you people whistle stoppers and scores of liberals. When I see how battle was pelting all over the place, I run into your so building in order to escape. While inside a youngster asks me whose side I'm fighting for, though his question make me angry, I decide to answer. I told him I don't have a red chip in me, neither is there a blue chip in my body. I am too conscious to be fighting for them service politicians and their political party in this island. If there's a chip under my skin, it's a national one. So I'm fighting for the redemption of this nation. Oh yes, I'm fighting. I say I'm fighting to save our native land.
All right. Let me just cut down that. And then bring back up. Where is that? Bam. All right. This email was sent to the place in question. I hope them listen now. I want them listen because they must understand how some go.
Yes, sir.
Tonight I feel like to,
Go ahead, man.
expose some things.
Go ahead, man.
This email was sent to the secretary on the 23rd of April 2018 at 1:45 p.m. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, and there, just the relevant part. Hello, miss. I'm inclined to leave the board fees as they were with the last board. However, I am amending the chairman's allowance from 4,000 to 2,000. Please appraise Mr. of the amendment. Based on my letter of appointment, it appears as if the appointments took place effective 28 March 2018. Please arrange for the director's check to be available when we meet on such and such a date. Right? That's the email. That's good. So I was saying, coming back to, you're making a contribution to your country. You know what I'm saying? I understand you're gonna get some token stipend, whatever the case is. But some of them, and we're hearing it on the radio now. I'm just tomorrow I'm gonna clean up the recording from today. I believe you would have heard it.
Of course.
You would have heard it also.
Of course, man.
The recording will speak for itself. You know what I mean? But I just smiled because remember, when night minister say certain thing about paycheck, they didn't say they're not getting nothing. But now somebody come and tell how much they lose. And me not the figure that the person get wrong. Me know that.
Deliberately?
We can't talk to the party. All we can tell you that we know for sure. But know for sure the Blackie. That the figure wrong. Me not ask you that.
Oh, rotten tomato boy.
Yeah, we know for sure that
make you hold your nose.
We know for sure that the figure wrong. You know what I mean? But when me hear them talk and them say this and them say that, what them they don't know? Them they don't know that checks and double checks and triple check. Oh, I mean, say this. Look, no, I say checks and double checks and triple checks. Going back to the whole board situation, there's a particular government body where the chairman was making $1,800. $1,800. That was his stipend. Good night, caller. What happened, you know? That up and that up. Good night, caller. All right, that might not work. Good night, caller.
David up.
Right, up. Where's the king?
Good evening, Joe Blackie.
Hail up, man, Devon.
What is
Big
it?
up.
9:21 in the region yet?
Wait, what please?
If you don't want answer, just say no answer, no.
National security.
Okay, bless.
What's going on?
Hey, the Lord is good.
All the time.
Every time.
Every time.
Yeah, now thing based for the you know, the office is under new management now.
Impossible.
No man, I don't put you.
Me not ask you, impossible.
The blockade.
Hail up, my brother.
The office is under new management.
Explain me, Carl, hear what you say.
Well,
the black you not love chubby. Hear my man come real chat chubby. Office come on, new management.
Hey, me only can give this man an opportunity to explain it now.
No, you man talk chubby.
Big up yourself, Devon. Go ahead.
The new CEO. Walter Christopher.
Walter Christopher?
Yeah, he took over new management.
Well, you know, I'm going to encourage slandering by the radio, so I'm not going to say nothing.
No, let me tell you that well. Yeah, but I'm just full time the program.
Give thanks, man.
I just can't say that my lucky.
You know, the last time you call, Devon, the last time you call, you made a comment, right? And me no mean to agree with you. I'm have to turn around and eat my words now because the vigilante justice look like, you know, he eminent in this time, you know, my brother.
No. Me not agree with that. Me not
he look like them a force people.
No.
For react to them things for real, my brother.
No, you can't fall sucker for that. You can't.
No,
understand ways, but you can't fall for that.
Yeah, depends in what aspect. But what I can tell you, vigilante justice, not right, but you okay.
You can't okay.
Well, that's your opinion.
Well, me have agreed with you tonight, Devon.
Okay, me agree. Me against the two tonight.
You have agreed with you tonight, my brother.
Anyway, if you take care of a good night.
Hey, you too, man. When you get on left on the phone now?
No, man, the mobile phone me away.
Mobile? In a mobile in the house?
Mobile phone there, no.
If you walk around in the house, you still mobile now?
No, you can't mobile in the home.
Boy, me can't believe I man till I had a phone behind a panel in a vehicle and so.
Alright, take care, have a good night.
Alright, take care. Yes, the black woman look. Okay, yeah, I was saying, just so that they know.
Yes, man.
That's some of the things you say, right?
Yes, man.
The blackie,
Yes, man.
I don't got what time, no boy. 9:24. I don't got time to much that. But I just wanted to know. There's a particular chairman, or a particular chairman from a particular entity was getting. Let me make sure. I had the right figure. No, and 18. And 18, I think 28. 28.
Ivy.
In the new dispensation, the now chairman is getting 5,000.
Wow.
The organization, from organization, I work on and chart now. I fill it out. You know?
And
it's telling people and then the salary, not who they be.
Mm-hmm.
And putting it against the backdrop of the argument that we're hearing from the comrades. Because I know that the work of the comrade is that the comrades are not getting taken care of. Is the recents. Right? Well, no, you're not cry for that too.
Go ahead.
You know what I mean? Me not really get into that.
Go ahead.
You know my position on that with you.
Go ahead.
One thing I know, it was a point of topic before the election,
Mm-hmm.
and it is now a point of topic even more aggressively.
Yes, I.
Right? I have heard the Prime Minister, and I can play back the Prime Minister saying that the organization is a meritocracy or something to that effect,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Which means that if you're going to work,
No reward.
right. And others have said that too. I can play back that just now too. People don't have to decide whether they want it yet or not.
They say love for tape now.
But I don't do every day.
Okay, go ahead.
Because when the tape, I'm playing them back, they can't see them. So
Go ahead,
Good night,
Jack.
caller. Going once, going twice. Good night, caller. All right. Hello. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me love the tip.
So that's why you are the greatest.
No. God is the greatest.
Well, you know what I talk about.
You just lend me some talent.
You know what I talk about.
Because I learned a long time ago. Me now, when me say they can't say, then they say.
Right.
Because I play back what they say.
Right.
Right.
And
So-
people, all when you play back what them they say no, people still say that you mix up their words and stuff. Look.
Anyway.
Go ahead.
For me, if Joe Blackie tell me, if me and Joe Blackie are friend, and we notice that Joe Blackie take on next some other people that me think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Me you go way back.
Yeah.
And me come to you and Joe Blackie say, look, right now you now work like them, they know. And if you don't work like them, they man on the space, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Peter tell Joe Blackie goodbye, you know.
Yeah, man.
What's so hard to tell Joe Blackie goodbye?
Yeah, man.
You over something say?
Yes, sir.
So me not understand the people argue. But
Principle.
You know, it makes sense to me. Good night, caller.
Principle beef.
Good night, caller. Okay, let's go one more time again. Good night, caller.
Hello?
Hi, good night.
I'm not hearing you at all. Beef, good night. Good night, Jabaki.
Good night, good
Okay, I
night.
don't know
Good
where
night,
I hear
sweetheart.
baby.
I'm good.
How you doing?
I'm locked in, I'm listening, Beef.
Okay,
Wow.
okay.
It's beautiful to hear, man.
I could hardly hear you.
Okay, maybe something with the phone, but come on, see it's our problem. But we're hearing you clearly. How you doing? You alright?
Yes, I'm good.
How's your brother?
I believe he's okay. Long time I don't hear from him.
He must make it his business to call you, you call him, man.
You Blackie, you alright?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm fine. Very, very, very good.
All right.
I'll have a pleasant evening.
All right. Thanks for calling, right?
Give thanks.
Beef,
Yes?
God bless you.
Thank you very much.
And there's a place up there for people like you.
Hey, I'm not ready to go yet.
Okay, then, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Give thanks, man.
Hey, but then again, that's you. Yes, what minister does know the Blackie?
You mean to say about the people and them that want?
Oh, yes. So, I mean, I don't know what the big argument is about. If you're not fit in, it does not fit in. Find the place where you fit in.
Sometimes some people have the guts for accept certain things and know what go on.
So you can tap this over?
Well, I'm going to cry cheer.
You must love suffering. Good night, caller. Good night, caller.
Hey, good night. Beef from Blackie. How you doing, my
Hey,
brother? Just
big up.
Blackie.
Yell up, man. Yell up
man.
yourself,
This is
man.
some come on my phone, you know what I mean?
Yes, I am.
And thanks for sending it for me, my brother.
That's how
Another
I
type on the ear.
Yeah,
I
man.
hope I not run me off and say that I take up too much of your time.
Talk, man. What I mean, we'll talk this.
Look, Beef.
Yes, sir.
What is a wealthy tourist?
Well, the tourist is somebody who have money that can spend in the economy while they're here on vacation.
But how the man they say the last press conference they have, they say they get duped. And the man then promised to build wealthy tourists and then they bring them. So what are they going to do about that?
Then go just keep the people there who here. And what word they use? Acclimate them within the society.
Oh boy. I really got backward, you know. Hey, Beef. Our crisis is what in this country.
Not even
And then we think that some easy me talking about. Something that take place all over.
Not even Oasis water we can get for
Look,
drink.
really in a crisis, boss. Me don't know what take place. When me hear certain man say that they get paid up to this day.
Hold on. The plenty thing you say the same thing. When it's in a water crisis, what are you referring to? running water, potable water, or drinking water? Come use it for Oasis.
Running water.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, fine. Well, maybe certain areas are having a problem. In my area, Yorks, as old people say, I have water for bang dog for the last couple of days. I don't know about, I can't talk for nobody else, but today's what, Saturday? At least from Thursday to today.
Listen to me.
Right.
I have water for bang dog.
Me live in the east and me get water for 5 hours for the whole week.
I hope
for the
they
whole
fix the
week.
problem.
5 hours water me get for the whole week.
I hope they fix the problem before Carnival, you know.
And right now, we can't get drinking water. Me look Oasis water for the whole day. I can't get none away.
Well, I know Oasis the way for go now. Hey, listen, man.
One second. We're going to go by Charlie. Gunchop Springs. You know the water.
No, me never went. I never went there.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Jabaki and Beef.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Continue to do the good work, man. And Jabaki, me want you know. Why you do them, man? Me tell you that is good service you are doing for the country, and let people know what take place. You understand?
Give thanks, brother.
So
hey,
want you
and the ZDK Piawi.
Hey, Beef, look, let me tell you that. Let me lay you low, look.
Me tell you who Piawi is ZDK Piawi.
Yeah, man. So I'm telling you, man, Jabaki, thank you very much for your your item that you sent to me. I like that.
Give thanks, my brother.
I don't know all this professional right now. They just send out the notice and tell when I go upon the. I appreciate all that, my brother.
Give thanks again, man.
Yeah, man. So Beef and yourself. When it's shut down, we hope you all get on safe, because you never, all kind of summer take place right now, you understand?
Hey, thanks much, man.
Yeah, man, you take care, man.
All right, bless. Yes, the Blackie, me can tell them now. Because if you want, you know, but tell them when them they start, me get done. You know, my girlfriend, they tell me, she just call me overdue.
No.
Shall we say, you're the tired overdue?
No, you can't make them win.
And I'm not the win now, I just shoot.
You can't make them stamp you.
And I'm not the win, I just shoot. Well, then they should have been know that now.
Can't make them stamp you.
Then they should have been know that, but, you know. Yeah, but me just me want if you know that it's ZDK Piawi. Me not say no more than else, sir. Me not say no more than else. Whatever you have in mind, keep it in the mind. Yeah, that's what I say. I don't really want to say. I don't want to say nothing to Blackie, but me doesn't matter now. It's ZDK Piawi. Alright?
Ivy cake.
Alright, well, but I see somebody that probably, you know, read from my folder? No, Sean. If you want to fire me, you can fire me. I'm in the business about that. You understand? You don't want to fire me.
Play one, man.
Let's go now. Down the road.
Last week we would have gotten the UNHCR's preliminary report. What is the government's next steps outside of the changing of the laws to give persons work permits? What else is the government planning to do in terms of assisting these African migrants? Have you guys reached out to any international bodies? I know that the report did say that I think just over half have received some sort of assistance.
Yeah, the UNHCR and the IOM are the proper agencies to assist in this matter. They are, after all, designed for this purpose.
Hold on there, Blackie. Let me just say this from the beginning. My wife, listen to the questions that I asked.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Yeah, man.
And one, how long the dancing around the Mulberry Bush take? One. And two, whether the question itself was answered.
Tal, me can get the answer now.
Right?
But tell me, listen and watch now.
As I go through the whole thing, keep that in mind. And the reason why I'm bringing that, to the fore, because, you know, Max, in my opinion, disrespected the host of the program.
In my opinion as well.
I'm not even deal with the party.
Yeah.
Right? But I just wanted for people to understand, right, that what could be, you know, COVID teachers, some of the meetings that used to take 2 hours just an email.
Right.
So he might take 5 minutes to answer a question that's going to take 10 seconds.
Yes.
Which would now make the time more efficient for move on.
But if you are if you're asking him the question and it take too long, he's offended by it as well.
One time, right, when we were the Observer, I can talk from the Observer, I was interviewing a minister, and Megatron called in, and Megatron said he said the deficit as opposed to the national debt. He made an error.
Yeah.
And she jumped all over him. And when she jumped all over him, we jump all over she.
Ivy.
You know? We jump all over she. So we had to go to a break. So when we went to the break, she said, I want to go back to that. But then she now move on from that. She said, I want to go back to that. So, yeah, we're going to observe.
Yeah.
Let's set up like a list, you know. So I tell the technician, rap and go, hey, when I come back from the break, anytime she go anyway, that mean the one, cut out your mic, go to music, and then I'll go to open line.
Are you on the show?
And me run the show.
Are you on the show?
If me men be in a brutal position, me when I make Max talk, I don't talk. I'm say with all due respect, Mr. Hurst, answer the question.
Really?
Just a minute.
Tal, you have a Tal.
Me tell about me now.
Remember how he work now, ABS.
What am the ABS? ABS on a place like everybody else?
Look, let me tell you how me look on that, right? The display that Mr. Hurst did the other day just showed me that those guys they don't have no real grandy legs there, so to speak, man. They're just representing.
All of what me know. If me with the horse. But now me go jump on him, like, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to create a scene.
No, you're not being disrespectful.
You want to minimize that,
yes.
Right? But there's no way I wasn't going to address him on here.
But he has the right to tell her that she's taking too long and asking too much questions?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, man, come on,
That is not
man.
his job, is to stay there and answer the question.
All right, boy.
And if he not answer the question, get up and go away.
Oh, man, come on.
One time, me interview Artie Nibs. I can call him name.
Yeah.
And I asked Artie Nibs, at the time he might have borrowed some money from the council or something like that. And I asked him, Mr. Nibs, how is the repayment on that going? And he took exception to it. He said, every time I come up to her, I was asking a question, blah, 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 blah. You know, and me make he just run on. And then when he done, I say, the question was, you know?
Yes, I.
He said, man, I answer.
Fair enough.
Next question.
Fair enough.
When the people that start to bang you, right? He come back and answer the question now. So I tell you, you could have saved yourself all that blood.
Right.
Because why answer now? When there's something don't answer.
But why get personal?
You know what? Anyway, that is that. Me now get on to that with but I just wanted to put that on the table for you.
Yeah,
Good night, caller.
This very quickly, and Blackie.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you. When a liar is caught in his or her web of lies, it is very embarrassing. And that is how they react.
Agreed.
All right, thank you.
Yes, beef, me tell you, I never really like how that went down, you know, and yeah,
If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try.
Go ahead, Jabaki.
The moderator didn't handle it professionally to me at all, you know. The moderator should have handled it a bit more professional.
Well, let's wait and see. Because we can almost assure that they're going to have a conversation before the next one. Good night, caller.
Good night, family. Brother Jarvis, me and listen to me. And I must want on my phone. Call me.
Okay.
My number, call me. I want to talk to you personally.
We'll call you tomorrow, God's Spare Life.
Huh?
I'll call you tomorrow, God's Spare Life.
Okay, call me. Good night, sis. Now, I love you. Your brother love me. Love.
Oh, boy. He like he gone out there. Sorry about that, Mr. Jarvis. I must remember to give you a call tomorrow. I think I have a number on my phone. Okay. So I just wanted to put that there, right? So let's go again now. Where am I? Come on to that. And it sound like Winston. They go, I come out to that and come into this. But I call the last day though when I say Winston. So I said, we go call, you know what I mean? But they say, come out to that and come into this, you know what I mean?
But that is just like he last name.
Last week we would have gotten the UNHCR's preliminary report. What is the government's next steps outside of the changing of the laws to give persons work permits? What else is the government planning to do in terms of assisting these African migrants? Have you guys reached out to any international bodies? I know that the report did say that I think just over half have received some sort of assistance.
Yeah, the UNHCR and the IOM are the proper agencies to assist in this matter. They are, after all, designed for this purpose. And so it is hardly necessary to move to another agency for any kind of assistance. But, as you know, they did the examination of about 125. They came to some reasonable conclusions as a result of having interviewed these 125 migrants. And we know that the Antigua and Barbuda Treasury is stretched, but nevertheless, by foregoing the fees from the work permits, we are in fact making a very useful contribution to their readjustment to Antiguan life. That is a very generous act. But by the way, the nationals of CARICOM and of the Dominican Republic have also been the recipients of this kind of generosity, and it is at a cost of about $2 million, which the government will forego in work permit fees. Most of these work permit fees, however, are from folks whose earnings are significantly lower than the norm. And as a consequence, we know that that is a significant help to migrants who are attempting to readjust to life in Antigua and Barbuda.
Two things from his answer. He could have simply said the government is not going to do nothing outside of that. I have another clip when he did indicate that.
But beef.
1 second. Oh no, you go.
These bodies that the government has hired, are they lending monetary help?
Then I hire nobody.
All right.
They asked them to invite them in.
Those that they invited in, are they lending any monetary help?
I can't answer the question here.
All right.
But the question to him was, what is government going to do?
And the question was, who else if any, is the government asking for help?
He could have said no.
All right.
And just call a judge. That's number one. And number two, the second thing that came out of, I'm going to tell you, it didn't have nothing to do with it, but the second thing that came out that I want to flag, before I do that, let me take this call here. Good night, caller. Hello, good night, caller.
Hey, may I have a call, Bob? What work permit for you ever doing this?
Hey, well, that is what I was just. You say peace. Go ahead.
What will it take place? Something wrong with the gentleman there? Work permit? Hey, why? Let's go to you something, boss.
Yo, me tell you, man. Sometimes you say you have to listen to things anyway you want to listen to, but you know, you have to.
You know, with me, the work permit didn't have nothing to do, in my opinion, with the question that was put. Yes. But secondly, I'm glad he went there, because I want to say this, and as I said, when I listened to this press conference, that is what got me to go into the dissertation I went into first.
Yeah.
There is a talk on the ground that the UPP don't love non-nationals, right? I would dare say, anybody who talk pro-Antigua don't love foreigners. That's how people try to tag.
Anybody that talk pro-Antigua and love foreigners?
Yes, that I get that feeling coming with some people.
But that's not fair for say.
Well, we don't really business with if you're not business with it.
Go ahead.
But if I was a non-national and I'm following what is happening politically, right, I would have said shame upon Labour Party in this regard based on the answer there, and I'll tell you why I would say that. The UPP at one of its meetings, if I'm not mistaken, I think they were at Fort Road, made
a pledge.
The pledge what they were going to do.
Yes.
I'm going to take a week pass, and the Labour Party running it.
It was adopted.
So what he's speaking about there is actually UPP idea.
And they think that people don't comprehend these things.
That's what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
So, to me, that's how I look at it, and that's how I see it.
Fear.
That's how I see it. And I don't think that I can say a lie.
That's why, because you see, you just play the evidence, my brother.
if let's suppose that the UPP did not circulate the idea in the media, or they did not come up with the idea, what would have happened?
Nothing would have happened.
Come on, continue.
The MOA between Antigua Airways and the government of Antigua and Barbuda, I have not received that document. I'm just asking for some clarity on that, and when would we be able to receive that?
Yeah, very soon. I'm so sorry we had to get it from other places, and I will have it for you sometime in the next few days or so.
No, Niggy asked for that MOA about a month now.
But listen, why
Niggy asked her about a month now, and he promised to get it to her within a few days then?
Yes, and it's still not.
But bet you she will not get it. But I bet you tonight she will not get it. Go ahead, make a point. What are you going to say?
So is it fair to say that he's not so forthcoming with the truth then?
Me not gonna say that.
Alright, my brother.
Right, me can't answer that question there. But one minute no. It's about 4 weeks now that Nikki would have asked for it on behalf of herself and the media, and that was the same answer given a few days time.
But if two of them was being conveniently handed over, why is this one kept back? This one you have been all information.
My understanding is, you know what? I don't know. Let me answer. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Let's wait until next week, God spare life.
Aye, man.
Right? Let's wait until next week, God spare life, and see. Because I believe it was because of Nikki's insistence and follow up in relation to the gazetted order in relation to the Africans, why they went and did it.
I agree. I
believe that.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So let's wait and see. Next week, God spare our lives. Me tell you that can't happen. Let's go again now.
With regards to the cabinet notes last Friday also, you mentioned there were 15 West Africans who were held in Guadeloupe. Were these West Africans from Antigua Airways or came into Antigua on Antigua Airways and left Antigua to end up in Guadeloupe? Do you have any update on that, sir?
No, my understanding is that they came on Fly High, not Antigua Airways, and they were part of the group that intended to go elsewhere, as opposed to the Antigua Airways passengers who were legitimate tourists, to the best of our knowledge. They still remain in Guadeloupe. We know that the church in Antigua has made a plea for 7 of them, indicating that it would be able to provide all the sustenance required to keep them healthy and alive and well in Antigua and Barbuda. And so they've asked us if we could write to the government of Guadeloupe to release these 7 to this church in Antigua, and we've agreed to that. But all the others have not had that kind of contact with that church or with any other body in Antigua and Barbuda, and so maybe they have determined that they wish to be returned to their countries. We don't know, but we only know about these 7 that have made application through the church for returning them to Antigua.
So this is new information. I just made a note. You said that the 15 in Guadeloupe actually came in on Fly High. So does that mean that the government has identity, passport numbers, and know these individuals exactly and identify them with the 15 that are in Guadeloupe?
Anyone who enters Antigua and Barbuda has to fill out what's called an ED card. That ED card not only contains your name and a possible address from the place you have come, but it also requires you to share your passport number, the date of issue, and I believe in some instances the date of expiry. But clearly, all the information that is gathered by the airport authorities is available to the police authorities in Antigua and Barbuda, and they are conducting their own investigation. We know the names of those who arrived because they submitted these cards. They submitted their passports. Their passports were swiped so that the information is stored in a computer database. And so we can determine from the name submitted by the church who they are and when they arrived and on what aircraft and so on, because all that is on the ED card, as you might recall when you entered Antigua and Barbuda. So we have that information.
All right, that's the first part.
Ring around the rosy again.
Bucket full of posy.
And just for a quick short answer, were the 15 individuals from Guadeloupe?
Hold back that from the beginning. What did you say? Oh, she start off, Jablaki?
She said, how the 15 Africans got to Guadeloupe?
She said something before that, man.
I never did listen, sorry.
And just for a quick short answer,
yes,
were the 15 individuals from Guadeloupe, were they smuggled out of Antigua to get to Guadeloupe?
No, I think...
And 1 second, sorry, sir. And who is the pastor? What's the name of the pastor and the church?
No, I'm not in a position to share with you the name of the pastor and the church. You'll find out in due course as a result of your investigative skills, but we might even share them at some point in the future, but not at this point. And I think we explained last week that these individuals landed in French Saint Martin. Saint Martin is a small island, but it has two sovereignties, the Dutch on one side and the French on the other. And they landed on the French side of Saint Martin, and they were sent to Guadeloupe because the French side of Saint Martin doesn't have the capability of caring for them. So they were sent to Guadeloupe. That's how they ended up there. They didn't come from Antigua. They came from Saint Martin.
All right. They didn't come from Antigua. He meant they didn't come directly from Antigua to Guadeloupe. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He said that they landed on French Saint Martin, and French Saint Martin then sent them over to Guadeloupe. When I heard that, I said to myself, something not right.
Mm-hmm.
And I spoke to a senior immigration officer.
Yeah.
And I put it to him. And he confirmed what I was thinking, right, in that. I said to him, if Jablaki is coming to Antigua and he have not satisfied immigration of him staying here, and as the person had told me, they would have to get a sponsor. If not, they are not landed.
Yes.
When I heard that, my mind ran back on my father. Because at the time my father was running immigration, they used to hear that a lot on the phone.
Don't teach you that
land them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When the discussion take place.
Yeah.
So I said to the person, if they're not landed, wouldn't Saint Martin just send them back to Antigua? He said yes, they will send them back to the last port. He said the only thing that he can think about is that they went there. They got there illegally.
Mm-hmm. That's why they were sent to.
That's what he said. Confirm what I was thinking. I'm going to tell you, and they can tell me differently. Okay, maybe I should have put it this way. Maybe somebody should ask the government. What was the flight number that these 15 persons took
to go to Saint Martin? That's a brilliant question.
Because I can bet you
they can't answer that. Maybe one of the first trip them they end out pan.
When you listen to the whole thing, it is obvious. Well, it was said that they came here on earpiece or whatever the thing is.
Yes.
So it was obvious that they were here, and it was obvious that they were going to this church.
Yes.
If nobody call it by next week, next Saturday, God's people I'm going to call the church.
So you don't know who the church is?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. They were going to this church, and then they make a move. They get caught in the move.
They feel the church, you know about that?
The church often know. Well, sorry. Reverse. We're not going to tell you the church know what move them in the make. But the church find out the move that they make. And the church is saying, instead of sending you back to where you come from, because that's what they're going to do in the Guadeloupe.
They're send them back way west.
To where they come from. Right, that's what they're going to do. The church is saying, well, intervene for these 7. Antigua is now, has written, based on what I understood him to say, I've actually written to Guadeloupe and said, look, we're prepared to take back these 7 because they would have had assurances from
the church
that they would have been responsible for them.
Yeah.
The same sponsor situation like
Yeah.
But those that remain,
the 8
gone back. We're gonna follow it up and see.
Yeah, man, I have a follow up that.
But then I'm a people them
I have a follow up that, man.
I look for see you know what I mean, blah 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 blah, so like a spell Dutch. As I said to you, or as I said when I was talking earlier, when you're on the radio, you know when people prepare themselves for the program.
Yep.
You know that. I listened to Nikki's questions and I can see that she prepared.
Yeah, man.
I could see that.
I just have a question or two regarding the UNHCR report. The health and vulnerabilities. In this report, the summary from the UNHCR and the IOM has stated that it's 110 individuals that were interviewed, not 125 according to some reports. So
stop there. She actually correct Maxers.
And then they
because Maxers had said 125.
And then they say that she is not making any sense. She asked dumb questions. And listen, I've been following this thing, Beef, and the young lady has been on point. Go ahead.
I just have a question or two regarding the UNHCR report. The health and vulnerabilities. In this report, the summary from the UNHCR and the IOM has stated that it's 110 individuals that were interviewed, not 125 according to some reports. So I'm just asking for some clarity from the government with regards to the individuals highlighted in the percentages that is on that form, stating that these individuals, at least 10% of the individuals have chronic illnesses, 17% are single parent with a minor child, 17% with disabilities, 17% with children with disabilities, and 14 injured or ill. This report, has the government reviewed this, and what is the government's approach to addressing these highlighted concerns, medical concerns, sir?
Right. What we have done is offered every one of the adult West Africans an opportunity to earn an income in Antigua. That would mean making payments to medical benefits, Social Security, education levy. It would then entitle them to utilize our healthcare system. And as a result of the utilization of the healthcare system, all the maladies which they might suffer are very likely, since they are mostly young people, are very likely curable. So our health system will take care of that in the long run.
Okay, let me stop it there before we go further. So the UNHCR report gives you an idea as to the medical state of these individuals.
Yes. And
the question is, remember we talk about them being in charge of the state?
Right. Go ahead.
The question comes.
Yes.
And your answer is, we're giving them work permit to work so that they could contribute to medical benefits.
Yeah.
And then medical benefits take care of it.
Yeah.
That's how you work?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know. So we're going to spread the disease while you work, and then you get integrated into the system while you're paying, and then you can go check up yourself.
The cancer center is closing at the end of this month.
I heard that.
I remember about 2 weeks ago, I write it on the state insurance. I write it on ZDK thing and asked Alison and them to look it up. Right? Look about it, but then said maybe the short staff or whatever. But I knew about it because I know somebody who had breast cancer. They were doing some follow-ups and so and they had called them and told them that. So I knew that that was happening. From what say Mr. Hurst said to us, the gentleman or whoever owns the place is asking for 50 million US.
Some brown, I understand.
And they're of the opinion that the 50 million US is exorbitant.
Yes.
Right? I can't determine whether it is yes or no. I'm just saying what they say. Somebody at Medical Benefit told me that there is a arrangement in place where to every patient that they deal with up there, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, whether it's small, medium, or large, let me put it that way. Whether it's small, medium, or large, I think they paid 10,000 US.
Minimum.
That's what the person told me. Whatever work they're doing there, whether it's small, medium, or large, they pay 10,000 US. That's what somebody told me.
Yeah.
Right? It will appear to me, based on the importance of this cancer center, if we had monies, we as a government had monies to sort it out, is that we would be negotiating with the gentleman, unless the gentleman is hard and fast under $15 million, we would be negotiating with the gentleman to take it over fully.
But this company didn't get concession and so on when they were setting up earlier?
I would assume so. I would assume so.
Yeah.
But I would believe that, right? Now, the reason why I'm saying that, in light of the question that was put to an answer, if we're not in a position as a country to do that, let's assume that it might be a burden at this time too heavy for medical benefits to carry.
Yeah.
The answer to the question as to how we're going to deal with the illnesses that was discovered, that these rich tourists came here with.
Yeah.
The answer to that is paying into the same medical benefit at a menial salary.
Minimum wage.
You see why I went in early?
Yeah, man.
That's what we're supposed to believe, or that's what we're supposed to accept.
Well, I guess in the eyes of these people, the servants.
Leave it at these people. Continuing.
So that we said in the long run. So would that mean presently the burden would be on the healthcare system and the taxpayers of Antigua and Barbuda presently, because these individuals are presently unemployed?
No. Everybody will not be unemployed, and I'm sure that given their inventiveness, many of them will be employed. But there are some kind doctors and nurses and so on in Antigua and Barbuda that have done national service in a way that you would not believe. And so when this kind of information reaches them, there are doctors who reach out to try to help those who are incapable of making payments.
Who the doctors is? Because me know some people right now. I know elderly lady right now who wants a killer.
Look, me know plenty people, babe. Plenty people. But you see, while you ask that question, I was just asking the same thing in my head. Why is it everything that just opens up that these people are wanting for, that it just comes to them on a silver platter?
Maybe it's not them, no. Maybe it's not about them at all.
Negotiations?
I'm saying maybe it's not about them. That's all we can say.
Negotiated?
That's all we can say. Good night, caller.
Peace and Blackie, my brother.
Hey, what's up?
You know a place that they call Eugene Avenue?
Yeah.
How long that they put that the facility go open? Up to the open?
No.
I spent some serious money there.
They can't take over the cancer center.
They
can't run nothing.
How much money they spend in that?
That's the problem. They can't
spend
run
15
nothing.
million. They spend 15 million in beef.
One at a time. You go ahead, Chuck. Me come back to you. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah. Look, man. Look, that will be their first try to negotiate with the man and take it over. But then they're capable to run nothing. But now that's so. Because up to now, couple years now, the Eugene Avenue for open for the people and them. And up to now, go over there to what happen.
Carla.
Not a nobody telling thee.
Carla.
Yeah.
You can remember how much money they say they spent on Nugent Avenue?
Eh?
Can you remember how much money they say they spent on Nugent Avenue?
Yeah.
You can remember how much?
How much what?
How much money? How much money did the government say they spent on Nugent Avenue?
Nobody never know up to this day.
You ever even figure beef?
No, I can't recall it.
Okay, cool.
But I could ask a question and try to see if I can find out.
I think that would be appropriate to them. Ask them how much money they spent on that building there. Because they made a rush. And they said they was waiting on an elevator or something like that. And not up to this day, I hear about that. So, when we hear them talking about the $15 million too high, boss, let me tell you something. This government here, I don't know what is the problem, but they can't run nothing for help the people of this country.
How much
people don't want help.
How much the looks cost are we?
Hey, look, man, continue to do what I do, my brother.
About 8 million?
Between 6 and 8. Thanks much, your caller.
Ivy, man.
Between 6 and 8.
But with a facility like that, Beef, I mean...
Which facility talking about?
The cancer center.
Okay.
No.
Okay, cancer center, yeah.
One would believe that would be given first priority, you know. If the government were to, accumulate this would be a big fed in their cap to me. I don't know to anyone else, because we have so much cancer patients in Antigua that I've been hearing about, so much cancer that's been taking place. And if the government can get this under their wing, it would be a plus for them. They went out of their way and they find monies to accumulate all kinds of other stuff. So I don't know the reason why they can't try and find the money, raise the money, or even get a partnership to work with them to accumulate this.
Well, again, maybe the 15 million US is exorbitant. I don't know.
So it's not negotiable.
What would need? Well, that I don't know. But what would need to happen? What I think should be happening is that some sort of an evaluation should be done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that you when you negotiate, you can say, "Tal, this is not worth 15 months.
So
this is what it is." And if you need to get another opinion, a third opinion, to what I mean,
that's
then you
how,
can do that.
That's how these things work. It's valuation. You go by,
Well, me not ready to government work with them. Me just talk about what they say, and bring about play for the people.
Yeah, well, maybe they know how much they done put in there, so that's why they feel the man knock them hard. Because me not they have a give concession.
But as you said,
mm-hmm.
the important, I'm have a smile just now I was going to say that. Well, the minister of health, that is, did indicate that of the persons who are being treated now, they're supposed to be going to the Bahamas. That's the first thing. I'm not sure under whose ticket or what that is happening.
6 persons, I understand.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then I would have heard him say that they've made arrangement with, is it Guadeloupe or somebody?
Some other.
That people can go to, right?
Yeah.
Somebody raised the question whether or not where they're going, whether or not accommodations, etc., if we and the kind of stuff is taken care of. We don't know. We'll have to wait and hear, right? But the ideal situation would be for the continued operation of the cancer center. How long, if it's going to be closed, or they said it's going to be closed, how long will that closure be for? How temporary of a closure will be? We'll have to watch and see. But I think that it's very important to the populace here, and these people, of course, medical benefit is not going to take 100% of the cost. I don't think so. But a government should look into something like this. I agree with you.
Yeah, man.
To have it available for the people, because I don't really want to go down the road that politicians, when them the sick, the report is that 100% of their medical cost is covered, whether it's in Antigua or not.
Yes.
Anyway, let's leave that right there.
But we'll see. We know that in Antigua and Barbuda there are lots of people who eat too much sugar and too much salt. We try to discourage and have too many calories and don't exercise. These are chronic illnesses, the NCDs, the non-communicable diseases in Antigua and Barbuda, that we try our very best to get our people to adjust their lifestyle, including their consumption patterns. That would lead to a longer life and a life with fewer complications, medical complications. And we're still trying. And every generation, of course, faces this. It's not going to go away. So I wouldn't be surprised if people coming from West Africa may not be suffering some of the same illnesses that the Antigua and Barbuda population suffers. But we're going to do our very best to ensure that everybody has access to medical treatment so that they won't be turned away. But it'll take time.
Did you remember the question I was asked?
Tal, me get last with my food answer now.
The Blackie, we're drink some water. I'll come right back. You're listening to 97.1 ZDK and the Real Talk is in the house. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Blessed.
I see them coming after my soul, wanting to take control. Wanna give me locks, wanna give me bling, wanna give me all the material things. I hear them talking about what the world has to offer. Girl, what you doing, don't you see what they have done to Bedouin and Marcus, Jesus and all of the prophets? But I'm not afraid, no. Cause I'm protected by the Most High One. They don't mind when you fall behind and can't pay your bills on time. Prostituting or standing in a them government line. No, and they don't mind when you waste your time coming up with some stupid lines, influencing the youth them to snort a line and take a life. And they don't mind when you're locked up in jail, can't get no bail, sentence for life. I can't see your youth them strive. No, they don't mind. But I'm not afraid, no. No, I'm not afraid. No, I'm not afraid, no. If them are come, let them come, cause I'm protected by the Most High One. Yeah. Don't be foolish, oh no. Hey. Thinking they don't know your name. I see them coming after my soul, wanting to take control. Wanna give me locks, wanna give me bling, wanna give me all the material things. I hear them talking about what the world has to offer. Girl, what you doing, don't you see what they have done to Bedouin and Marcus, Jesus and all of the prophets? But I'm not afraid, no. No, I'm not afraid. No, I'm not afraid, no. If them are come, let them come, cause I'm protected by the Most High One. They don't mind when you fall behind and can't pay your bills on time. Prostituting or standing in a them government line. No, and they don't mind when you waste your time coming up with some stupid lines, influencing the youth them to snort a line and take a life. And they don't mind when you're locked up in jail, can't get no bail, sentence for life. I can't see your youth them strive. They don't mind. But I'm not afraid, no. No, I'm not afraid. No, I'm not afraid, no. If them are come, let them come, cause I'm protected by the Most High One.
All right, well, we're back. I see I'm getting a call there. No, how do I deal with that? No, and I didn't ask. I didn't. You know what? Hold on a second here. Okay, no, okay, the call left. Where am I going to? Sorry, continuing down the road.
The report basically states it's 62% males between the ages of 18 to 39 and 26% females between the same age, 18 to 39. With regards to the amount of people that were interviewed, which was 110, 17% of that 110 individuals with disabilities, to some extent, is about 15 people. And the government said that at first we had over 600 West Africans. Now that number is down to 400 West Africans. If we do that calculation of that sample of 110 to the 400 presently, we're basically looking at 114 individuals of that 600 that would have a disability, or 76 individuals of the 400 with disabilities. And that's what is the government position with regards to that? And these are young individuals between the ages of 18 to 39.
What you're doing is linear thinking, and you're looking at the number of people who have been diagnosed out of a sample amount of, well, you say 110, and you're coming to the conclusion that if you multiply or divide 110 into the 400 people who are here, then you're going to have 4 times the number of people that have the disease. It's just straight linear thinking, and that's not how diseases work. And it may be that the ones who make themselves more available for these kinds of interviews and who provide that kind of information are people who are in need of some attention, particular medical attention. And therefore, they may not represent a true sample of the entire group. Well, we don't know because there has been a lot of speculation.
Firstly, let me just say, Nikki's on the right track again. I would have learned that 1 in 4 customers would complain. So, as a business, when you have 1 complaint, you're talking about 25%. You know what I'm saying? And then you extrapolate the figure
as it goes
out. Yes. You know what I mean? Of course, if you want to make sure that you cover a reasonable thing, you then go. You know what I mean? So I think that Nikki was on the right track when I don't think that he could have questioned the sample size. No, because these people know what they're doing. They would have interviewed. Well, you notice he said 110. According to what you say. Yes. He didn't bother with his 125. Yes. You know what I mean? Yes. But you can extrapolate if 100 represents whatever percentage of who is here, and 10% of that 100 is suffering from whatever the case is. It's not a hard and fast fact that the extrapolated figure is hard and fast, but it gives you an idea. Of course. You know what I'm saying? Of course. It gives you an idea as what is happening. And if he believes that, well, it's not a fact, as a government, I would now want all of them tested, all of them interviewed. But, oh boy. Because remember, well, they're thinking that the only thing that they want to see is to say, well, hey, let us bring them in among us. That's what they're thinking. They're not thinking that other people saying, we want to know who is coming among us. Yes. Yes. And in all the percentages that was being thrown about, I never heard nobody mention these percentages. And that's why I said you could see who's prepared for who's not prepared. But don't Mr. Hurst have the same document in front of him? But it's not in his, and when it's his/government's benefit to expose that, I would believe. It's unfair. Well, thanks that Nikki did it. For those who she's a real investigative journalist then. It looks so to me. It looks so to me.
With regards to the legal framework that was gazetted for our African brothers and sisters, can you please clarify when this document was actually or officially prepared? Because from the framework, I'm seeing it was the 13th of April. And if this is so, does this mean that our African brothers and sisters were working illegally or without this document since arriving in Antigua between November 1st and December 2022?
Just like many CARICOM nationals who come to Antigua, when they first land jobs, many of them do not have the proper papers, but sooner or later do. And so, we're not willing to condemn folks who are doing their very best to help themselves. We just we turn a blind eye to some of this, and so the documentation that went to the Labor Department was a requirement that is imposed by law. But we are very flexible here in Antigua and Barbuda.
This mountain beef.
Now you see why I went back to where I went?
Yeah.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, no. What he said there is not legal.
It is, and let me say this, beef. This mountain, if for me car insurance run out, and me not have the money for pay that, and me go up on the road, and me get in an accident, you feel like me I gonna get leniency?
Well, they should turn a blind eye to that.
I be my brother.
Because the law says, the law as it is now says, and they can correct me. As a matter of fact, I was speaking to one of the persons speaking was telling me that when you come here on vacation, legally, you're not supposed to be working.
Oh, you're going to work. A vacation you come on.
Right? You're not supposed to be working. And
from the 1st to the 22nd of December, them they don't work.
And what did he hear the gentleman say? No, my issue is this. If what he said is true, why do we have the laws on the books?
For us. For us. For our yeah. Anybody else come, them consider things. Them are so hard and stern with them.
When I heard him say that, I say, this guy have to be kidding me.
No, they're afraid for say them something now. When them done, then tell your servant them be now.
So, we, the population, throw it now.
Well,
because when you hear that, where do you just accept it?
Until some people that will just, them wait for them to turn the beef. That's how Antigua work now.
You believe them in the majority?
Boy, tall. Tall.
Boy.
Yes, so just to confirm and clarify what you're saying is that these individuals who came to Antigua between November 1st and December 2022, who did not have accommodations or a place to stay, and the government is aware, you're saying that you are aware that they have been working without a legal framework, and the government turned a blind eye to this particular scenario and this particular situation.
Well, I don't know that they didn't have a place to stay. Each of them who came listed a hotel or a place of abode where they would remain during the time they were visiting Antigua. That's
so Max says, let me hear.
Oh, boy, look, boy. And you see, no, people must hear these things, because when people accuse him of not being truthful, they say that you bash them and you this and you that, and this man will go right on the radio and say these things. I want to see that then I want to work for live, boy. I want to see them pulling some of them all over the place.
It is clear on their ED cards. But as to whether or not they worked and how many of them worked, we don't know. I don't think you know either. It is clear on their ED cards. But as to whether or not they worked and how many of them worked, we don't know. I don't.
So wait. Then you know that the workman on a security company?
Boy.
Oh, you alone sit down and see them pass with the pass in a white shirt?
Pass you pass. Boy, look.
And if they don't know how much of them are work, if immigration and customs, if immigration and the Labor Department was allowed to do their work, then they would know?
Yes, of course. And that's their job. And them they designated for do that.
But tell you what the people in the Labor Department tell me.
And I turn them blind, if you can't do nothing with them, man try send the police behind.
That is the reason why I tell you before. Because I know the clips in the mega play.
Yeah.
And I went and asked them, that's what they tell me. When they go by some of these works, they have letters.
Oh, you can't run a country
when they go hold them up.
Oh, you can't run a country so.
Well, how you can run a country so? I can't say that. But I can tell you how the country run, because that's what they say.
Boy, me tell you, man. Me
can tell you how the country run, because that's what they say.
And $9 minimum wage.
I don't think you know either. We just don't know because they get employed by farmers, they get employed by handymen, carpenters, and so on. We just don't know because the Antigua and Barbudan economy has done exceedingly well because we have young, healthy, strong people, intelligent, willing to work. This is the success. This is the basis of the success of the Antigua and Barbuda economy. Your willingness to work, and what we found is that many youth in Antigua and Barbuda are also willing to work. They love to work because they love to earn money, and there's nothing wrong with that. And we can't keep check of each and every person who's working, but at some point, those people who are working and without the necessary papers will present themselves to the immigration authorities and also to the Ministry of Labor, the Department of Labor, in order to get work permits that will allow them to legalize themselves.
The department can't keep track of all who's working, beef. How hard that be for do?
Me don't tell you what people in the department tell me now. And the people who tell me that are people whom we trust.
Oh boy.
I'm looking for an actual clip. It's out of what I had planned tonight. But I think what I like to hear that when Nikki tell you, you just stop there and talk some crap. These are my words.
Mm-hmm.
And you believe I was supposed to sit and believe you?
Yeah.
I can't find it now. I can't find it right now as I'm talking to you. But my mind just gave me for that just now as I was listening.
And he say he don't expect she for believe nothing and all kind of thing.
So you believe the other journalists in the city they really believe it?
Yeah.
I just don't know how the guts to tell you.
Like a Nikki. Yeah.
Then just know how the guts to tell you, hey, King.
Then diplomatic like he.
Well, me I like to have a diplomatic guy. I like to have a diplomatic king. So.
And she that's the word.
Yes. And she one.
Hey, look.
And we have some international obligations as well, so when people enter your territory, we don't engage in any kind of hostile activity merely to get them out. Only if you're criminal. If you're a criminal, you don't deserve to live among us.
Beef, me.
Hold on, one second.
And we have some international obligations as well, so when people enter your territory, we don't engage in any kind of hostile activity.
When people enter your territory, what are you talking about? When there's an international law that says when tourists come in, they get in 2 weeks. I ain't see them. You see them in the country 2 weeks. You haven't made them keep in the country.
Tal.
So what you talking about?
You're going to look for them to find out where they.
You hear your car?
Yeah.
They should have some water there in the future.
He has a calf now.
Yeah, they should have some water. That's why we tell they should have some water in the future so you get to take a sip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They should do that.
Merely to get them out. Only if you're a criminal. If you're a criminal, you don't deserve to live among us.
You're going to say something. Sorry, I'm going to stop you.
Go ahead, Beef. Go ahead.
Well, we understand people going to work, trying to earn an income and so on, and getting along and then getting permits that allow them to work lawfully afterwards.
Feel any other country want to go, Antigua?
Better think so.
All right.
Better think so.
Well, we understand people going to work, trying to earn an income and so on.
That it people going to work mean tourists going to work now. Mm-hmm. That's what that means. We understand tourists going to work, trying to earn an income. What about the laugh? That's what the man say.
But tourists don't work as so. Tourists go work as so.
You can't hear.
When you
we understand people going to work, trying to earn an income and so on, and getting along and then getting permits that.
And then getting permit. The permit is what's going first.
Right. Well, boy.
Allow them to work lawfully afterwards.
tell you, everything comes so easy to them people. You wonder why, how. Some people run in front and so for say, me. Let me help first, me.
No. The law say, when you're supposed to get your work permit, it's in section, I think it's F in the labor code. There have been a number of amendments, right? There have been a number of amendments to that part of the labor code. I know I've said that. But hear this.
I just want to ask, get a bit more of a compact answer just so I can get these questions. The free work permit was a 2023 election promise to non-national.
I'm going to start over from the beginning of the one day. This is the second time Nikki start off like this now.
Yes.
I just want to ask, get a bit more of a compact answer just so I can get these questions.
A bit more of a compact answer me, Max. If you don't know, it mean answer the question and then top with the dance around the mulberry bush.
I can pass.
I just want to ask, get a bit more of a compact answer just so I can get these questions. The free work permit was a 2023 election promise to non-nationals from, of course, Guyana, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, etc. From the last or the previous briefing, it was stated that there were ongoing discussions between the Labour Minister. To date, there's been nothing, no gazetted document, legal framework to remove this free work permit. What is the government's position on this? When is this going to be available? And what is the government's message to non-nationals who have been working and contributing to the economy of Antigua and Barbuda?
I'm not so sure I follow your question. What is it you want to know? What message have we sent to the people of Antigua, the people who are working in Antigua?
Yes, sir. Those individuals who've been in Antigua awaiting the removal from that election promise of effective 1st January 2023, all non-nationals and Dominican Republic individuals were promised.
No, it's not effective the 1st of January any longer. We can only do it when we can do it, and we couldn't do it on the 1st of January because people needed permits to remain lawfully in Antigua, and they weren't interested. Let's get my permit first, and then at some point we can talk about maybe even reimbursement. But the idea that you can't work and so on until such time as you have the work permit has proven to be not a practical method of proceeding in the case of many migrants to Antigua and Barbuda.
What the last say?
Get the work permit and then you work. As so me know if you go. So you work and then you get a work permit.
That's what the last say.
So let me ask you this, Beef. The employers and them so allow employees to work without work permit, they're held liable for these things?
The answer will be no.
Cool, man.
The answer can be yes.
So then just go after who not have the work permit.
So you understand now what make the Labor Department to do certain things? You understand what make certain people to do their work now?
They have one commercial out there now. I say that if you work for an establishment and they're not paying fair money into medical benefit, you supposed to go make sure that they pay me for you now. You ever hear that commercial, eh?
Man, listen to it now.
I be man. So people don't do their work around here and so.
But if you don't have no incentive for do work, why make you go do it? If you hear the policy makers say, rewind.
Permits to remain lawfully in Antigua, and they weren't interested. Let's get my permit first, and then at some point we can talk about maybe even reimbursement. But the idea that you can't work and so on until such time as you have the work permit has proven to be not a practical method of proceeding in the case of many migrants to Antigua and Barbuda.
That is the policy maker. That is the man that say the people that send him there is satisfied with the work he's doing.
Yes.
So I am saying, until me hear differently, that's what the government is saying.
Yes.
So when you hear that, and you're tasked with the duty to come to wherever and deal with people who are not working according to the law, what you gonna do?
And that's why...
No, I spoke to somebody who tell me they still have a duty. The officials.
Yes.
Which is true. But the officials are human too.
Yeah, human of course.
And then when we hear about the telephone calls that come in from certain people, how can we dispel that that's not the truth when you hear things like this? Which leads me to the ultimate question. Why have the law on the books then? Why tell me you can't drive down the street there? It's a one way going the next way. And man just drive to there, and nothing happen. Why have it as a one way street going the next way then?
But Anna just man now. Anna just man just drive to there now. Our specific set of people drive today that and they allow them, then carve out one space for them they do them. And nobody else can do them. Oh yeah, so Barney can't do that.
Good night, caller. Good night, caller. You want there's something wrong with the line there or something, boy? Hello, good night, caller.
If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try.
Call gone. Go ahead, Jablock, you finished?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Me just mean to say, well, you know, you have to look out for the people and them so born in this place, country, my brother.
The people who born in this country need to look out for themselves.
I need to stand up some more.
They need to look out for themselves.
I need to stand up some more.
Not just the West
One
Africans.
second, Mr. Hurst. I think when you were coughing, I missed what you were saying. Sorry. So could you repeat your response to the...
Oh, before we continue, let me ask you this question here. The people who were supposed to be affected by the law that should have come in effect on the 1st of January 2023 were who people? Who are the people? You know?
You never name them.
Yes.
They name them?
Yes, that came from the
Dominican Republic.
The people there who UPP had said
yes
that they were going to treat a particular way.
Yes.
And then the Labour Party took it up.
Yes.
There were those persons.
Yes.
And then after it started, then they hear the government say, post press conference saying that there had to be some discussion between immigration and certain other agencies before they can do certain things.
They come and love it.
And then they came and said, well, they have to go to Parliament and change certain laws.
And I made them put it for the 1st of May?
Come and take it easy, man, you go too fast.
Go ahead.
But those are the persons talking about the 1st of March who couldn't, 1st of January who couldn't meet.
Yeah.
The document in relation to the 13th of April, the order from the Gazette order from the minister, that specifically dealt with the Africans.
Yes.
How Max Harrison know that?
Well, again, strategically, he know how to mix up apples and oranges.
He now mix me up?
The question. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Hold on there. Let me go again and see what's going on with the telephone. Good night, caller.
Hello, good evening, Beef.
How are you doing, Mr. Pumpy?
I am very well, thank you. I just popped in here.
I saw you called me, but I'm not too versed yet on the phone lines here, so that's why I didn't call you back.
Okay. Now, do you have the Immigration and Passport Act?
No, I don't have it up in front of me right now.
Well, you got to pull it up. I am going to direct your attention to something there.
Cap, what is it? Hello?
Hello?
What cap? What is it?
It is not a chapter. It is
the Immigration.
The Parent Act, which was chapter 208. That was repealed completely by this number here.
Immigration Passport 2.
Number 6
of 2014.
Yes.
Okay, I'm pulling it up now. Yes, I have it up.
Okay, switch.
Hold on there. That doesn't sound too good. Because some people can't have it up. Anyway, that's enough for you, Mr. Pumpy.
No.
Yes,
I won't be very long because I have to.
Sure, I have it. Where should I go?
You have it?
Yes.
Okay, look at section 11.
Section 11.
And while you're looking at it, I heard a clip being played by you with the cabinet secretary, cabinet spokesman.
Mm-hmm.
What I can say to you and your listeners is that the person who speaks for cabinet is not the same as the person who is responsible for the office of Chief Immigration Officer.
Correct.
Do I need to go over that? No?
Yes, you can. You can say it again.
The person who speaks for cabinet is not the same person who would speak for the Chief Immigration Officer.
Correct.
The Chief Immigration Officer is guided by law and not necessarily by policy of cabinet. And again, I don't really want to say too much on policy decisions, because government can make any policy decision and get people to deal with them. And I can tell you one of them, which is a little tricky. The government wants to sell a boat, a yacht by the name of Alpha Nero. All right?
Mm-hmm.
But government is not going to sell it just like that. So what government has done is that they went to Parliament, and it's not about Prime Minister Brown or Cutie Benjamin. Let me make that abundantly clear. You have 9 people in Parliament. Okay, so when I speak, I'm speaking to the 9 people who would have said aye when the time came to vote on that bill. So what they did, they amended the Port Authority Act, and they got a guinea pig. You understand the term?
No.
No? When you want to experiment, you have to get a guinea pig and put in the lab.
Okay.
And experiment on. If he dies, he dies.
Yeah, I'm with you now.
Okay. So when they place Mr. Telemac, he's the man who is in charge of the port. He's the man who will sell Putin yacht, and I know he can't touch it. If you notice my comments on social media, I am showing them where they can't touch that boat. But at least the nation of Antigua and Barbuda has to show the Americans and the British that they are doing something. And although it is in the interest of Antigua and Barbuda and its economy, morally, it is not right. And that is the most I will say on that.
Wow.
But you look at Section 69 as well.
Of the Immigration Act, just
yes, because your subject is immigration.
Yeah, 69.
Yes.
I'm just scrolling down to it.
Well, okay. If you are at 67, you can look at that as well.
67 and 69, 67, 50.
So these are things you would want to read to your listeners.
67. Offenses and penalties.
Yes, of course.
A person commits an offense if the person gives, offers, or promises to give a bribe, recompense, or consideration of any kind.
Yes, that's not what I really want you to look at. You look at subsection 2.
Subsection 2. A person commits an offense if the person with the intention of entering, remaining in, or departing from Antigua and Barbuda, A, fabricates, procures, or falsifies a passport, permit, or other documents. We heard that happened. Or uses, utters, or attempts to use or utter, subsection 1, a passport, permit, or other document which has not been lawfully granted or issued, or which the person is not entitled to use, or utter, or a fabricated or falsified passport, permit, or other documents knowing the same to be fabricated or falsified.
Now, I also want you to look at the subsection 4.
Subsection 4. A person who commits an offense under this act is liable on summary conviction for a first offense to a fine of $15,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, or to both, and on summary conviction for a second or subsequent offense to a fine of $25,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 18 months or both, and on conviction or indictment for a first offense, a fine of $30,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 18 months or to both, and on conviction or indictment for a second or subsequent offense to a fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or to both.
Then you will have 68 and 69. I have to run. I'm sorry I can't stay. I have to run, yeah.
No problem.
Okay, Mr. Pompey.
Thanks much. All right, so Mr. Pompey would have just directed us to what the law says.
Yes.
And we would have heard, and I would have to go back to look for it, but we would have heard that some were caught with fraudulent documents.
Yes.
I think we would have heard that. And nothing happened.
And listen, I was listening to a program.
But if nothing happened, that means whoever is supposed to bring charges is being found to be not doing their duties, huh?
Of course.
But then again, that person might not be acting because of
pressure.
Other people might be saying.
Yeah.
But no, when some come forward, who say when they say pay and pay, you go jail.
No, well, yeah. Then you feel that then you don't get an example from the first one day.
I don't believe so.
Well, I look how see. People can't so chup it.
People have come to Antigua and Barbuda as visitors, and then they get transformed into residents because they take up employment in Antigua and Barbuda, and then they try to legalize their status here. And I know the immigrants in the United States speak about being straight, and it doesn't have any reference at all to one's expressed preference. But they speak about being straight, meaning that they now have their papers and so on, and they can return to Antigua on visits, and so if they wish to, they're straight. And we have adopted essentially the same behaviors as the United States. So when you arrive in Antigua as a visitor and you transform into a worker, and then attempt to get the papers straight afterwards, we accommodate you. That's what we do. And only the criminals do we go after.
Reverse that a little bit. Reverse that a little bit, Dave. This is the spokesman for the cabinet speaking.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Have their papers and so on, and they can return to Antigua on visits, and so if they wish to, they're straight. And we have adopted essentially the same behaviors as the United States. So when you arrive in Antigua as a visitor and you transform into a worker, and then attempt to get the papers straight afterwards, we accommodate you. That's what we do. And only the criminals do we go after so that they do not cause any rupture in the social fabric that binds us together. Only the criminals. And that has been the policy of many administrations dating back to 1976 and before. So we're not hostile to folks just because they don't have the right papers. You understand? We solve that afterwards.
And then when some of them get the opportunity, they want to bang you off, them mouth louder than for you. They even want to tell you to call them certain things.
But all right, when you hear this, and to go back to the term that I used, indigenous Antiguans and Barbudans, accept this. They should have kicked you or not?
Well, I need one paradigm shift as it pertains to political embodiment in this country.
Me hope I see it in this lifetime. 1 second. Good night, caller.
Hey, Biff.
Hi.
Well, you see that somebody, when me and the young people come out, say about work permit and free work permit. Why me say them they have a crazy? And then next to me, 11 party come with the same son. It's a tall. Whoever win, I want to see how they deal with that. Because me don't know it can't work. And this is why I can't deal with the politics business how people deal with forget vote and stuff. You know what I mean? It don't know it couldn't work. You could be surprised Labour Party follow that system there. And follow you people when you people go with that nonsense there. Because I don't have a need to go there with it. Yeah, that's all I'm saying right now.
Alright, man, thanks for your contribution. Yeah, you were saying something, Ninja Blackie?
No, me just go on, Cool King. You go ahead.
You're so undefeated, though?
Tal, defeated.
Oh, okay.
Tal, defeated.
What is the government's message to non-nationals who have worked in Antigua and Barbuda and contributed, and during the elections they were promised that work permits would be removed? At the post-press briefing more than once, the government has stated that there are negotiations going on, or somewhat of discussions, and you just made a statement as, we will do it when we can do it. So I'm trying to understand, and of course, to get an understanding of what the government is saying with regards to this.
I still can't follow you, because you have provided the answer within the question. We didn't get it done on the 1st of January, but you have the paper indicating, and you pointed to a date, I believe you said the 13th of April, and so that is the date. So we didn't do it in January or February or March, but we did it in April. And you want to know what is our message to the non-national communities in Antigua and Barbuda as a result of doing it in April and not in January? Is that your question?
No. What you just stated there, it's not a contention. I just want some clarification. So this gazetted document for free work permit, which mentions those from Bangladesh, Sierra Leone, etc. There's no mention of non-nationals or those from the Dominican Republic. So are you saying that document applies to them also?
No, that was done last year. The waiver of the work permits for non-nationals from the CARICOM and the Dominican Republic. I believe it was done last year, if I'm not mistaken, because it was during the height of the campaign. We made a promise and we tried to keep that promise.
What was done last year? What was that? He mixed up things, eh?
You believe he mixed up?
Let me mix up, I mean, I understand.
We didn't get it done on the 1st of January, but you have the paper indicating, and you pointed to a date, I believe you said the 13th of April, and so that is the date. So we didn't do it in January or February or March, but we did it in April. And you want to know what is our message to the non-national communities in Antigua and Barbuda as a result of doing it in April and not in January? Is that your question?
No. What you just stated there, it's not a contention. I just want some clarification. So this gazetted document for free work permit, which mentions those from Bangladesh, Sierra Leone, etc. There's no mention of non-nationals or those from the Dominican Republic. So are you saying that document applies to them also?
No, that was done last year. The waiver of the work permits for non-nationals from the CARICOM and the Dominican Republic. I believe it was done last year, if I'm not mistaken, because it was during the height of the campaign. We made a promise and we tried to keep that promise.
Well.
Hey, Diggy Barry until
Babe, one decision.
Until he. Well, come on, wait to the 1st of May, see what happens.
Because me know that ain't come yet now. Me wonder what go on.
Come on, wait till the 1st of May.
Man.
I see what happens. Good night, caller.
Good night, Biff.
Hey, where's the Rasai?
Good night, my brother Blackie.
Rastafari, man.
In Selassie every time. But hey, Biff, right there you hear Maxwell Salai right there, the king.
Look, because he confused.
well, well, we used to the same thing as well to base. But where we have to say now, them they give, who them give Africa to them give work for me?
From the order don't pass. No, they have to register, but they have to pay. Effective the 13th of April.
Yeah, King Daddy, that kind of funny, my brother. So me say like a Nicky as well now. So what about the Jamaican? What about the Chinese? What about the Spanish? What about them as well?
And that's the question asked now. And that's the question asked.
Max said you dealt with last year.
And that's the question Nicky asked. Nicky asked on born African.
Whether Nicky asked African or not, Max said last year that don't deal with.
Better man. But this is serious something, man. This is very, very serious something.
When he catch all of them, can none of them pick up on that now?
What I think?
He catch everybody on the panel, can nobody pick up on that?
But for real, King, and Richard, me so glad you play more over now, can hear ya.
Real talk.
I listen, I think she play on Tuesday or what they to know. But he just serve everybody head.
Yes, sir.
Because now you really deal with them beef and sit down for them and play them properly. I know me get to understand the whole something. And even when Pumpy calling and I Pump, they clarify a lot of things. But brother, anyway, go and play. Me truly as well, King. So you don't know we go. I want to hear more. I don't want to interrupt. But that's why I have to sit down and listen, my brother.
Bless up.
Bless up.
Great thing. Yeah, man.
So, Blevaki?
Yes, I am.
Check next year, check last year's I go on. With the hey look.
You can't fool real talk, man.
You don't have to laugh.
You can't fool real talk.
Nicky bang into the head bastard.
Me tell you. Say she not ask no relevant questions.
Adam McKinney want to ask a question?
And she take too long and
you know the song me remind me when Buster Douglas me bang out Tyson.
I see that today.
You see the fight?
I see the highlight there today.
Hey, Buster Douglas is a sticky with a jab. Bam. Every day you try Rushy.
You know, Dan King has something to do with a fight there now.
Hey look, Nicky jabbed the man until the man just turned giddy.
Yes I am.
For real?
Yes I am. Nicky work, man.
That the man is in last year. And the 1st of May.
The 1st of May.
If I'm not mistaken, I think even memory serves me
Labor
correct.
Day.
But not Labor Day, but I'm trying to remember, I think in the presentation for the AG, when they're having that discussion, the president, I hear some places say, the 1st of May has significance to us.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That
yes.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
But me want the Max to do the 1st of May 2022.
No, me want if Max talk off his head every time he go up on an interview, if you know walk with documents and so.
But my father just tell me, right? When you go into operation, you're going with a plan now. When the first shot fire, better can make a next plan. Father tell me that.
You have a backup plan, you have a plan B.
Well, me believe that the job we finally get to Max.
Yes, I.
Because Max just totally understand what's going on.
He bum fungal right now. Kind of bum fungal. Too consistently right now with that, you know.
Hey, joke again now.
Yeah.
Which flight or flights did the government of Antigua and Barbuda authorize?
I'm not so sure I follow your question, but the way charters work is that any charter that wants to land in Antigua and Barbuda gets permission from the aviation authorities in Antigua and Barbuda. So all flights arriving in Antigua and Barbuda are authorized. All. There's no flight that arrives that is not authorized. Even the small aircraft that arrive with wealthy people on board them, those small airplanes get clearance before they land. All. So I'm not so sure what your question means.
In the context of what I'm talking about with African, Maxers really believe the authorization that Nicky Mina talk about is who authorized the plane and then for come and land?
Diplomatic answer. That's how he work all the time. You follow me?
So he didn't know that Nicky talk about. It has been said that only one Antigua Airways flight come here and the rest of them came under the guise of Antigua Airways when there were not Antigua Airways flight, and we've been asking left, right, and center who authorized these flights. You understand that?
Who are the Mockingbird?
He believed that Nicky talk about the authorization for the physical plane coming into our airspace.
Again, that's how he stay beef. If he catch you now, sorry for you.
Catch who?
If he catch you, say no. Well, no, doesn't say that. Yo, catch man, me. So easy to see through that. You know, it's so easy to see through that, man. Transparent.
And you know, me hear people attack on the radio. I actually say,
defend.
Oh, they don't know who shit about, who authorized.
Yeah. Me tell me listen to my program on Friday now. He say he play one video. He play one clip with an African guy.
Hold on one second before you go to that.
Go ahead.
You see me play something tonight, right? You see me playing it something say go to 929 let me go look further. You hear me playing like that?
Tal.
That's where they do work, they prepare.
Bless up.
And when they work and prepare.
Bless up.
Because they're clean.
Hey, look.
Because they're clean.
I learn every night.
The only other person that can do that must do that like me, at night.
Yes, I.
So that's a big night clip.
Right.
If my night clip, what the clip name belong to?
I feel something.
So they want to give it for them something, give it for me something.
Well, I saw plenty people like that now. You know, they say you want to have faith something until love for me something.
Okay. Well, I don't get like that now.
I want to talk about them there.
Go ahead, King. You be pretty so I can say?
Yes, I may tell you now. This guy play one clip with an African who Nicky interview, you know. And the African guy say, look, nobody can leave Africa and no false document. Nobody can leave unless they go through the right channels. And me say, the Prime Minister.
So the people in there catch you, whatever.
Oh Lord, wait now. The Prime Minister say that about 60 they coming with false passport.
Well, come on, say the African over there, they really know. Can't give me though.
But he was adamant, and the way how the man enforced the thing now. Yeah, listen, look, you see, he's the one that he works. Yeah, he's saying that this can't happen. I'm like, yo, hear this clown here. The Prime Minister tell Awi that almost 6 of them come with false documents.
But maybe you don't hear that. Maybe on vacation.
No, he not one of them that he say he the smartest now. Yeah. He say he very smart.
Okay.
Smart for keeping people dumb.
Hear somebody say, play what? Curse our word. Play this here, Dave. Play this here, no. So if I'm playing no way, I go to find me. Me not understand.
This is your boy, Guy Tegan. I know what I'm about to say is gonna ruffle some feathers, but I call a spade. I listen to Avril and she makes some very good points and so on, right? And I support her views on many occasions. But I'm not supporting Nikki, right? Nikki's a journalist and that's her job, right? So whatever she does, that has nothing to do with me, right? Mr. Rice capable of dealing with her because he's a seasoned and rounded and established ambassador. He's dealt with people, diplomats of all walks of life, and I'm sure he can handle this question and so on from Nikki, right? But you know, it's not only about Nikki, but Avril have this tendency of saying that people are not from here and people are not from here. Does Avril listen to herself when she's speaking about Donald Trump and the U.S.? And she was not born in the U.S. So I think she needs to tone it down with that sort of thing. People have rights, and so we're living in a democratic world. So you can't just tell someone because they weren't born in a country, and especially journalists. CNN, MSNBC, Fox, most of those people are not born in the United States, or they're immigrant, migrant children, or they're working on a green card, a specialized green card. As journalists, you can't tell people what to say and how to talk. Not because they're not supporting someone that you support or a few that you support. It's wrong. I listen to her. It's not only Nikki, but anyone who's not from Antigua. She tries to bash them all. They're not from Antigua. Abel is not from the United States, and she bashes Donald Trump all the time. And I listen to her. You know what I mean? Let's be fair about this thing, I will. Good.
And then some Sean have any some so?
Boy, I tell you. Then there's some real.
Where you say she shouldn't come from America?
No.
And she bash Trump?
And she bang Trump straight. If one thing me now, Nikki and Fui accent sound the same. Me don't hear nobody else. Sound like a Avila calling for she.
The man's in a back
I don't want me now.
In a back some.
I don't want me now. See, Antigua the own his country like this. The own his country like this. Yeah.
Not Barbados?
Tal. You go Barbados. And me swear me not ever go down there again, boy. And there's some funny people down there. They won't live there like anybody.
Let me load up some other things here, Joe Blackie. In the meantime.
No class. No class. No class.
Plenty people worship money, from pauper to president.
Hey, why me can't get a 2 hour slot for her show? I give her 12 o'clock and I get it. Hey?
The people love real talk, man. They say real talk, a longevity sub now.
More money, more.
And real talk, tell up Trump.
Yeah, man.
You know, limpy like a limpy Joe.
Yeah, man. You see, if I look on our face good.
No. Money could buy silver.
Money could buy gold.
Diamond pearls, whatever.
Plus treasures untold.
If you're rich like Stanford,
it could post your bill.
Could corrupt a whole board.
Right till he's in jail.
Like some fools just find out, it does never last. 'Cause
money can't buy your class.
What does look like gold sometimes is brass. Lord,
money can't buy your class.
So the riches, so they gross and crass. Why?
Money can't buy your class.
Sing it, they have plenty money, but
no class.
Plenty money, but
Hey, if you want me to play,
no class.
I feel me play the wrong song.
No.
You know what I'm Kenny is me get fired.
Yeah, man.
One genuine mistake.
Some men just have a bag of money.
Famous tune.
But no manners or etiquette. They were dragged up with no protection. Words like these and thanks they forget. Matthew chapter 19 and verse 24. Rich man's way to heaven.
Red hot to secure.
Easier for a camel through a needle's eye than the rich to ever get a blind. The poor they don't even have to try.
My.
Money could buy paintings.
Money could buy art.
All kind of cute screen springs.
And phones at Christmas.
It could buy protection.
Insurance from flood.
But can't buy salvation. Cause money can't buy God. As the country find out about MPs of the past.
Money can't buy your class.
In every cocktail party, knocking glass. Cheer.
Money can't buy your class.
As they reach home, wife getting glamour leaks.
Money can't buy your class.
Sing it, they have plenty money, but
no class.
Plenty money, but
no class.
Mucho dinero.
No class.
Déjame con poquito.
No class.
business and learning.
No class.
Have no courtesy.
No class.
No grace, no dignity.
No class.
Come say I'm passing.
No class.
Young girl they harassing.
No class.
In your face yawning.
No class.
As they eat their belching.
No class. No class. No class.
We want the truth. Hey, hey, hey. Baldwin boy, I have a serious ball to pick with you. Many times the things you say don't match the things you do. And even though it's government, you could do what you want. This power plant, not transparent. Something really fishy and funny about this deal. And just so much money spent, you would reveal. If something that is bad, some say corrosion, you say no, no. Just erosion. We want the truth. Nothing but the truth. We want the truth. Baldwin, please, stop being so cute. We want to know if this power plant really new or used. How come it has so much rust, like all them boys of you? And how come as soon as Wilmot Daniel start to talk, you want him walk? His mouth you call. And because the Chinese say the plant they have no edge, how come in these modern times there is no fuel there? We want the truth, but it's all gone used. We want the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I didn't transfer people into my constituency, we transfer out to help other candidates. Or left others who were registered outside of my area, left them in those areas rather than transfer them in to give others a better chance. I didn't transfer people into my constituency, we transfer out to help other candidates. Or left others who were registered outside of my area, left them in those areas rather than transfer them in to give others a better chance.
Wow. Well, you know that has caused a little furor.
What kind of furor?
Persons of the opinion that what was said is not what we heard or what was meant.
You don't understand what you were trying to say.
So what are they talking about? If Glastonbury said, I did not transfer in or transfer out, I mean, someone said to me the other day, it's called a Freudian slip. And I heard Jackie Quinn using that term as well, where somebody unintentionally, not intentional, make a statement. For example, I can remember one time I was speaking to somebody, and while speaking to that person, another person came up in my mind, and I quoted the person name instead of the person who I was speaking to. So it's like I come here, and unconsciously, I'm thinking about, let's say, I hope I can do this. Let's say I'm talking about my wife in my mind, subconsciously, but I'm talking to Lamin, and I might just make a Freudian slip and say, lady, Follett, but I would never say darling. I normally say that, right? But it's just a Freudian slip. Sometimes, for example, if you have a girlfriend, you're speaking an ex-girlfriend, and you're speaking to one now. Even many years have passed, but subconsciously something triggered, and you probably see Jane and Susan in front of you. Then some doesn't make man get some lick sometime too, right? So knock down, you have to be careful. But this is what you call a Freudian slip or a misinterpretation. Gaston Brown will come on Saturday, I'm sure, and explain this.
Well, he may say I'm Freudian slip and all when he say he can kick down everything if Lester Bird get anything on the podium now. So you know, make them man they try clarify nothing. You know why I hear them? Yeah.
Oh, Freudian slip that baby?
Yeah, I'm Freudian slip that.
Hey, the black that a good one.
I say people tell you for do them. Hey, look. Hey, them they say.
Hey, look. Hey, the black people they think about one.
Me want you. I saw my stay one.
Two head really better than one.
Yes,
okay, that one. Yeah. And then you know night friend. You know night we have a friend that we call you that night so I ask you. if you get 4 paycheck, if you work the airport, if you buy APUA board, and if you have some kind of contract, over public work. That's here's what it out.
The bottom line is this: the Prime Minister was not trying to mislead anybody. He was not telling any lies.
And he right to know.
Hey, look.
He get it correct.
Hey, look.
He get it correct, man.
The Lord knows, boy. The Lord knows. But what I hear about the fighters?
So what are they talking about? If Glastonbury said, I did not transfer in or transfer out, I mean, someone said to me the other day, it's called a Freudian slip. And I heard Jackie Quinn using that term as well, where somebody unintentionally, not intentional, make a statement. For example, I can remember one time I was speaking to somebody, and while speaking to that person, another person came up in my mind, and I quoted the person name instead of the person who I was speaking to. So it's like I come here, and unconsciously, I'm thinking about, let's say, I hope I can do this. Let's say I'm talking about my wife in my mind, subconsciously, but I'm talking to Lamin, and I might just make a Freudian slip and say, lady, Follett, but I would never say darling. I normally say that, right? But it's just a Freudian slip. Sometimes, for example, if you have a girlfriend, you're speaking an ex-girlfriend, and you're speaking to one now. Even many years have passed, but subconsciously something triggered, and you probably see Jane and Susan in front of you. Then some doesn't make man get some lick sometime too, right? So knock down, you have to be careful. But this is what you call a Freudian slip or a misinterpretation. Gaston Brown will come on Saturday, I'm sure, and explain this.
That's a good example, B. That's a good example. Boy, this bad, yeah. A Freudian slip.
Hey, look. What a thing, boy. What a thing.
Play back over what the Prime Minister say.
What a thing.
One more time, my brother.
Prime Minister, where is that though? Where is that? I pull your ass and pull up. Pull up just now.
Pull up, man. Pull up.
I
will drop that one more time.
Give me a second, let me. Oh, where is that?
You know, the FBI use them biggest weapon. What the FBI biggest weapon be? What? Against them gangsters and criminals and so. They love to have them on surveillance and tape them also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I put your word against who?
Yourself?
Alright.
What the world boom bam bam, here it is.
I didn't transfer people into my constituency, we transfer out to help other candidates. Or left others who were registered outside of my area, left them in those areas rather than transfer them in to give others a better chance.
Beef, that they sound like a fraudulent slip. That they sound like anything try for. We don't understand.
I now go University of West Indies.
You don't understand.
Me not go university neither. But Colin O'Neill think people are fool. Look, babe, me not lie for telling you. The audience of Pint FM, they listen Pint FM, they can't think for themselves, babe. They're fooling. You hear what man
hold on. Man, I go on the road. Left Pint FM alone, please. Okay, and leave the listeners a point.
Okay.
And when it's about truth, not follow the truth, because hey, not say that. Just say listeners. Not go bad with the Labour Party.
Listeners,
and you people none. Not go down the road.
Boy, beef. No, because it's so unfortunate that a man tell you about why he do and what happened, and you try to deny the fact of what the man say out his own mouth.
Yeah, you're going to university.
No, me not going to
university. So then you not understand.
Okay, then the boy school me gonna be.
Well, you not understand for your education level of that high.
Boy, me tell you that stuff.
Maybe the pulpit for Elizabeth till the kick down all now, be.
That was a Friday slip according to Joe Blackie.
Joe Blackie had me laugh, you understand? Can we crack up what's that you?
Hey, Joe Blackie catch me like away, but I like you.
Time.
You really catch me.
He had me a crack up, cause me and I said, but wait, I for real now. I just say the here now go out when he kick down the
Friday slip.
I remember,
Later. Hello, good night, caller.
Hello.
Good night.
Yes, I'm calling from overseas. I can't seem to get the DK on any of the streaming platforms.
Yes, somebody told me that. I saw a WhatsApp that says that. I'm sorry about that. There's nothing that I can do about that. What I could tell you, by tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. I normally upload the shows on my YouTube channel. It's Real Talk on YouTube, so it will be there tomorrow morning. Anything from about 9 a.m. or so.
Oh, okay then.
All right. Sorry about that. There's nothing I can do. I don't know what's happening, and the technician is not here like that. But just look for Real Talk on YouTube, and I'll upload it by tomorrow, by 9 o'clock a.m. tomorrow.
Okay then.
All right. Sorry about that again.
No problem. All right.
Okay. Have a nice day.
Give thanks, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go to
Yeah. So it's just amazing how you just see some people really try to defend the indefensible, but again, you have us some real girl for doing something.
Hey boy, you knocked the nail on the head right now.
Yeah.
You knocked the nail right on the head like what? You have what?
Yeah, some real girl for do that. You shame back off a bus up and so.
Hey, look, when we hear about it, we said to ourselves, boy. Anyway, we heard what the Prime Minister would have said.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I mean, what the Prime Minister said is self-explanatory. Prime Minister said they didn't transfer in. They left persons where they were, because they might have benefited.
Yes.
Or it was believed that they would have benefited certain people, certain candidates, and that's what he said.
Yes, man.
To me, I believe that there needs to be some amendment to the law.
Which law?
To the ABEC, Representation of the People Act.
Oh, okay.
And I'll tell you what I'm talking about when I speak to that. Well, you know what? Before I go to that, let me play the ABEC. ABEC put out a statement. To me personally, it didn't make no sense. Well, I called somebody about it, and somebody from the commission, and we had a conversation. Really and truly, I don't know what that was really saying.
In relation to the statement?
I don't know. Yes. I don't know that nobody had asked them about what it is in relation to... Hey, sorry about that caller. Could you call me back? I wasn't looking at the phone just now. Sorry about that. I don't know that nobody had asked the Electoral Commission what was the process in relation to transfer. Because nobody was speaking about transfer. Good night, caller.
Yes. Good night again, babe. Me for the last time now. Babe, I don't know how you look on this situation now. You remember the time when Bruce Goodwin said that he bring the Barbary and them that the University of Cuba to come up for vote for Trevor Walker, alternates. No, for Trevor Walker.
Yeah.
And he win.
Yeah.
Then I try to use that now and put on with what gas and say the two of them are the same sum.
That's a smart man. That's a smart man. That's a smart man. He feel he the smartest.
You cut out, broke out the little black him and he properly day.
Are the smart man. He feel he the smartest.
No, that. And the smartest man pan radio, they say.
Oh, Lord, Jack. We never go far.
So Biff.
Hey.
How you look on the two of them?
They're two different
with what Bruce Goodwin say do to compare to what Gaston do, what the PM do.
Yeah, okay. You want to listen here or you want to listen off here?
No, listen off here. Come on, you play clip and off here. Let me listen off here,
Okay,
my brother.
no problem.
Yeah.
All right. I too heard that statement. Oh, the comparison that is being made, and I said in my mind, the question should be. Oh, the question that arose in my mind is whether I consider either or of the two statements to be wrong legally or wrong morally.
Aye, man. Aye.
Right, that's what came to my mind. Bruce Goodwin said that they brought home Antiguans or Barbudans in this case to vote in that election that year, and there were persons who voted for Trevor Walker, and I think Trevor Walker actually won by 1, if I'm not mistaken, in the election.
Yes.
Right. If you have students, Antigua have students at a place, and the Antiguan government decided to bring home the Antiguans, so long as there's no discrimination in who comes home. So if you have 30 students at a college, and the 30 students are eligible to vote, and you're bringing home the 30 students to vote, I don't have a problem with that.
Aye.
If you're going to bring home students who you believe is going to vote for you, your government, whoever is in power at the time, then I think that there's something wrong with that. Because taxpayers' money should be used for all, and not some.
Agreed.
That's the first thing. The statement that the Prime Minister made, I can't say that it is legally wrong. I think I read something in the newspaper today that the UPP was seeking legal advice as to how to go forward. So we'll have to wait and listen to the news and hear whether they're going forward, whether they can go forward or what.
Heavy stuff.
But what I understood the Prime Minister to have said is that we had knowledge of people in a particular constituency who ought not to have been in that particular constituency, but we didn't object or nothing to them because we figured they could have helped the candidate in that area, whatever those areas are, because it didn't say what areas it was. Now, to me, when you look at where we were, where we came from, and to where we got, when we spoke about the changing up of the election laws, the representative law, right? I think that practice is actually weakening what we want to do.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And again, as I said, I can't tell you if it's legally wrong. The court and whoever will decide that. But to me, I think the law should be amended to possibly say two things. One, it is mandatory for you, the elector, to go to transfer when it becomes applicable at the time to transfer.
Yeah.
And failure to do such, if convicted, you'll be fined $10,000, $20,000, $30,000.
That's the only way you get.
That's one suggestion that I would have. So, as it is now, you're supposed to transfer into where you're at.
Yes.
Having been there for 6 months. But if you don't transfer, if you don't carry out that process, and if you're not objected to, what happens? In the election, you must vote.
Yes.
So you go back to where you are to vote.
Yes.
Which is where you might want to vote.
Yes.
But we're looking at a bigger picture in keeping an actual, some integrity about the system.
Yes. Okay.
We don't want to become like Dominica. We say so again, because it's so hard again.
Right.
We don't want to become like Dominica. We have this manipulation. We've been there. We're past that, and we're building stronger.
Forward.
So as far as I'm concerned, firstly, the law should be amended to say the onus is on beef. Having moved from Yorks to
Guatemala.
No more, you're not in Antigua, I'm like vote.
Well, Guatemala be Antigua.
Okay, come on, use Guatemala. Sorry. Having moved from Yorks to Guatemala, right?
Yeah.
The onus is on me. That I know I'm here for 6 months, I have to go and transfer. And if I don't go and transfer, and I'm taken before court, If convicted, then there's a penalty.
That's gonna make plenty people buck up.
That's one.
Yeah.
The second amendment that I would look to make is that if, and you're going to have a category of people at this time, right? In my opinion. So if a person participating in the election, whether you're a candidate, whether you're an executive member of a particular party or whatever, I don't know how they're going to fashion that.
Yeah.
And you have knowledge of an infraction. You have knowledge of an infraction.
Yeah.
And you don't say about it. If convicted,
You
there
and
should be penalty.
you and all too. Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Agreed, man. And look, but beef.
That's my opinion.
How hard it be for them in authority to think about these things?
Well, it might be hard because my interest is to try to keep the system as pure and as clean as possible.
So what for them the interest be?
To win.
Oh. Okay.
And I mean, it was said.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear the word what the Prime Minister said.
Okay.
If you're going to leave, you know that person's not supposed to be there, but you leave them there because you believe it benefits the candidate. Why you want? And when you want to win?
Ivy, brother, Ivy.
Ministry harder than that.
Ivy.
You know, so that is how I would. This come into light. That's how I would do it. I always like the NTSB, the National Transport on the board in America.
Yeah.
What I like with them, when there's an accident or anything to do with transportation, they come and they have the manual and then go through step by step. I remember when a plane had landed, we were forced to land in the Hudson, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Right? And they came and they did the investigation. They went through to see if it was human error or whatever. And it turned out that at that particular time when it happened, based on the sun and blah, 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 I think there was some kind of reflection off of a building.
And some bird too.
Right? And they actually amended their rules in terms of the flight path at that particular time.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So their position is, once you go through what you're supposed to go through and something new comes up, they need to amend to suit. I'm saying that persons might have believed it was happening.
What about?
We now know for sure that it has happened.
What about?
Based on the utterances, and that is what I would be advocating for.
What about if you only amend something and forgot that you amend them because it may suit you or something?
But I understand the question.
Go ahead, buddy.
No, for real, but I understand the question, Blackie. Suppose you amend something,
What about if you amend something because it suits you and you forget you amend them down the road and you come back and haunt you?
Well, if you come back and haunt you, you just have to deal with it. That's the consequence of it, because it still stands.
Aye, man.
It still stands. But what we're trying to do, I believe, is that we're trying to keep the process as clean as possible.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to do.
That's
and where we see areas that things could be manipulated, right? That things will be manipulated, then we ought to correct them.
Of course.
In law. Now, I remembered hearing a clip of a particular candidate saying to somebody, apparently the person must have transferred from one place to the next for some kind of money story or something like that. I remembered hearing that remember that clip that was going around?
No,
but it's not calling him.
Refresh me.
One of them southern constituencies.
Yes, man.
Right, I remember that.
Yes, man.
But to tell you the truth, I never really took, I never really picked it. I just kind of figured people maybe talk and maybe are under pressure and that kind of stuff. But in light of what we're hearing, who knows?
Why one always make too much.
Right, in light of what we're hearing, who knows? Yeah. So, having heard it, that is what I would be advocating for.
Of course.
That is what I would be advocating for.
Of course.
Did I play what ABEC response was?
No.
All right. So the statement was made, and there was a discussion in the public, and this is ABEC's response, but not ABEC from ABEC, but based on their response, a news article coming out of Point FM by my good friend being the presenter, and maybe might have been the producer, Phil George.
The Antigua and Barbuda Electoral Commission has responded to what it claims are allegations that were hurled at it last weekend relating to the transfer process. In a statement today, ABEC said the allegations were from statements made by Prime Minister Gaston Brown on the Brown and Brown show on 15th April. At a meeting on Wednesday, ABEC agreed that it was important for the citizenry to understand the workings of the transfer process in order to maintain the integrity of the procedures carried out by its employees. ABEC related that if a person has moved from one area constituency to another and resides at that new address for 6 months and over, the law, the Representation of the People Amendment Act 2002, Section 6 dictates that the applicant seeks a transfer of the registration. The application for transfer may be done at the registration unit in the new constituency of residence or the former one where the registration initially took place. 2. At the registration unit, applicants will indicate to ABEC's registration personnel that they are seeking an application to be transferred in the new constituency. Persons may be asked a number of questions to further validate the process, such as proof of address and contact information. Residency verification may also take place. The necessary paperwork will then be compiled and the applicant will be given a receipt of the application. The application will then be submitted to the head office for further processing. The applicant is advised to secure the receipt, which must be presented upon receiving a call from the head office. The statement continued that the application is then published on the list that see persons who no longer qualify to be on the register in a said constituency or whose information has been altered. The list C is published monthly and forms part of the claims and objections period for the particular month, 31 days after the last day of the registration for the previous month. And after the claims and objections period has ended, once there are no objections to the application for transfer, the elector will be called by the head office to complete the process, which will be validated with the applicant's fingerprint. The elector's name will then appear on the publication of the next preliminary list or the register of elections. ABEC says it welcomes the interest displayed by the public in all processes involved in electoral matters and is committed to protecting and advancing the cause for democracy in Antigua and Barbuda.
That was ABEC's response captured in that news piece.
What triggered that response, if I may ask?
I really don't know.
Okay.
Because I really don't see the sense of it, to be honest with you. I don't see the sense of it. As a matter of fact, as I'm listening to it, I'm going to tell you what I think ABEC should have done. I'm going to tell you right now. Good night, caller.
Beef and Blackie, how y'all doing, man?
Bless
Hey,
up,
good man.
man. Bless up.
Hey. Beef.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we're listening.
Oh, that'll be damage control. He don't bolt now. Because me see the term and that now. I don't see it. I better say what them they do. They need to come out and tell the people and them what he said.
Well, he didn't need
not to come and say for them policy. Oh, not them policy. But it's not that the way he say. He said something else different. So even that them come with now, it's too late. Because sometimes when they say things, they come back for haunt in the long run, my brother. That's what take place now. Hey, you take care, man.
All right, man. Thanks much. As I said, I don't know the sense in the statement because nobody asked ABEC what was the position in relation to transfers.
Right.
What needs to happen.
Right.
So I don't see the sense in it. Right. What I believe ABEC should be doing, in my mind, is that ABEC should be firstly seeking to have a meeting with the Prime Minister and to indicate to the Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, you're on public record of saying that what you did during what happened during the last election cycle would have been that persons that you knew, you have knowledge of persons who were in constituencies that they ought not to be. and we would like you to share that information with us so that we could correct
Address
that
it.
situation.
Yes, yes.
That's what I think he should be. That's what I think they should be saying. Firstly,
Yes,
because the Prime Minister seemingly have that information.
yes.
And I don't know if between the election and now whether there has been any claims and objections, but if there hasn't been any claims and objection, as claims and objections come up, you would have the names of these people who you'd put in the rightful place.
Them some they
That's
come,
the first thing.
claims and objection. They just get a you know. They just get a longer road for travel.
Is they gonna?
You get a longer road for travel, meaning when these things happen, they just come out in the open.
What? Claims and objections?
Objections.
Yeah, if there's any.
But you ever hear about any?
Yeah, I've been to one or two.
Oh, okay.
I've been to one or two.
When? 1999?
No, after that.
Okay.
After that.
All right.
But that's the first thing that I think they should do, right? And then having done that now, right? Because the Prime Minister words are the Prime Minister words. Having done that, I would then extend it to the other political parties and to the public at large that, hey, if you have any information of persons who are wrongly placed, share that information with ABEC so that we can seek to adjust it.
I see something, say something.
Right. Because no, use that. Because I'm now going to police them right now. use that.
Well, for real, brother.
Yeah, we're not use that right now. So that is how, you know, because as I said, we want to keep the list as pure as we can. Right? Because that goes to the integrity of the elections. And we want to say when we say we have free and fair elections, we have free and fair elections.
We should mean it.
Right. So that is what I would say. That just now I mentioned the police. There's one more thing that I had, but we were supposed to deal with a situation with you. Yeah. A situation occurred, correct me as I'm going down the line, where you were accosted by certain individuals and the police got involved.
Yes.
The matter went before the court. You would have been evidence for the police. You have indicated to me, and I think you said to publicly too here also, that you would have learned via other means, not the police means, that your matter has been called before the court and you are not aware of that.
Yes.
That led you to having learned when was the next date you went to the court. Seemingly, the trial began, and based on the confusion from the police side, the magistrate, it was magistrate judge?
Yes, the magistrate.
The magistrate stepped in. There was an extension given, adjournment, and then when you went back on that date, you learned that the police have withdrawn the case.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That then, you not being satisfied with how that went, you would have then written to Commissioner of Police Atlee Rodney.
Correct.
When did you write to Commissioner of Police?
Beef, I have the letter.
Look at the date and tell us.
Right in front of me, right here. Let me give you the date.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would have written to Mr. Atlee Rodney on the 20th of March, 2023.
The 20th of March, 2023 is a Monday.
Yeah.
Did you deliver that letter to Mr. Rodney on the same day or days after, roughly?
I delivered it on the same day.
Same Monday?
Yes, sir.
So you delivered it to whom?
I delivered it to one. I have the name of the officer here. I would have to go into my phone. You want me to do that?
Yes, you can for completeness.
Okay.
And this was delivered where, at St. John's Police Station?
No, this was delivered up at the headquarters.
Oh, on American Road?
Yes.
All right. So who was the officer that you delivered to? If you can
just
tell
give
us.
me 2 seconds.
Okay, take your time.
2 minutes.
We have another 16 minutes. Boy, I don't know how we get into these long shows. I have a next hour 2 hours. Then I will fled the scene. Yes, you're listening to Real Talk right here on ZDK Radio 97.1. The time in studio is 11:44 p.m. and we do hope and trust that you have been enjoying the program that we have put for you for for tonight. Look as if Joe Blackie have on Blackstone. Because 2 seconds gone to be 2 minutes. But boy, some people don't wish them in lucky, you boys, Joe Blackie.
Oh my God.
Hey, look, let me look. Okay, you know what? If you can't find the name, let's not hold up for that at this point in time.
Well,
but go ahead.
Go ahead. You can continue the beef because it's taking a little bit for me to find it.
Okay, as I'm talking about the police, I'm just running my mind. Just a song just run to my mind. What did I look for just now? Anyway, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. The name of the officer is 654 Constable Mitchell. Time 1:13 p.m. Date 20th March 2023.
1:13 p.m. And that was at
the headquarters.
Headquarters.
Yeah.
So having delivered the letter, what happened since then?
I haven't heard from anyone. I even tried making phone calls.
No, go too fast. Take your time. Take your time. You did not hear from anyone?
No.
From the 20th of March, you said?
Yes.
What did you do next after that, the 20th of March?
I went back to the headquarters seeking if they would have received the letter. I spoke with Sergeant Francis, if that's her name.
Hold on there. When did you go back to headquarters? After the 20th?
It's around a month after.
A month after would be around the 20th of April.
Yes.
That's last week Thursday thereabout?
Yes.
Okay, right. So you went and spoke to a Corporal Francis?
No, Sergeant Francis.
Sergeant Francis?
Yes.
Who's Sergeant Francis? She works at the guard desk or?
No, she is the secretary for the commissioner.
Sergeant Francis?
Yes.
She look good?
I never saw her, you know. They never give me. I spoke to her on the phone because when I went there, I asked if I could be accompanied to see her, and they told me that she was in a meeting.
Hold on there. You asked whom if you could see her?
I'm not familiar with the officers.
No, but at the guard desk?
Yes.
As you come in the door?
Yes.
Right. And the officer told you that she's in a meeting?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
And so I proceeded back outside, and I decided I was not going to leave. I made a phone call, and the switchboard took up the call and switched me over to the lady. And we had a conversation.
Hold on there. So she stopped the meeting to talk to you?
I don't believe she was in any meeting, but that's the way it sounds, as if she stopped the meeting to convene.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So you all are talking now on the phone?
Yes. And so I asked her if she had any knowledge of receiving the letter. So she told me she would have to go and look on her desk, call back in about half an hour. I stood outside for about half an hour, and then I made a call. We hooked back up, and she told me, yes, she have the letter right in front of her. And she proceeded to tell me that the commissioner can't see me because the matter is in the court. I then let her know, listen, this is the reason why I wrote the commissioner, because the matter was thrown out and it was withdrawn from the courts without my knowledge. And the police have never spoken to me since. And she told me that she would have to get back to me. She would have to speak to the commissioner and then get back to me. And I haven't heard from anyone since again.
All right. So you would have spoken to Corporal Sergeant?
Yes,
Sergeant Francis 1 month after delivering the letter?
Yeah.
Did you get a sense that the commissioner have seen the letter?
Yes.
You got that sense?
Yes.
Did you get a sense of the commissioner having seen the letter, what his course of action might have been?
Of course.
What would you believe his course of action might have been, him having seen the letter?
I believe that he would have tried and get in touch with the officer, the inspector who was the one indeed who withdrew the files. He was the head, the leading prosecutor at the time.
You believe the commissioner would have cause for somebody to investigate that?
Yes.
Right, because I don't believe that he himself would be doing that.
No.
Right. And, well, if that investigation took place, how could Sergeant Francis be telling you that the matter is before the court? When the investigation should have revealed that the matter is no longer before the court.
Oh boy, I'm telling you, that's a difficult one. But I don't know. Let me try and answer it in my best way. If she's trying to say to me that the commissioner thinks that the matter was still in the court, And so I'm saying to her, no, the matter is not still in the court, so that's the reason why I wrote him. And I believe that she was a bit taken aback when she heard that. And so she told me that she would get back in touch with me because she would have to speak to the commissioner again. And like I said, I haven't heard from anyone.
All right. So what? That was the 20th. That's 2 days ago. Let us give her 2 weeks.
Okay.
To see if she get in touch with you. If she don't get in touch with you in 2 weeks' time, then let us try to get in touch with her as a follow-up.
No problem, man.
As a matter of fact, what I would suggest that you do is that you write a follow-up letter to the commissioner, indicating to him that you're following up your letter you would have spoken to Sergeant Francis on the 20th of March, on the 20th of April.
Yeah.
And you're following up the issue. Let's do that. I'll help you draft that letter.
No problem.
So that when we come and speak about it publicly, we would have covered all our bases.
Give thanks.
Because if the commissioner, having gotten your initial letter, would have asked for it to be investigated, the commissioner can't speak until the investigation is completed and somebody report back to him.
Aye, man.
Unless the person who reported back to the commissioner is saying that the matter is still in the court. So the commissioner is of the opinion the matter is still in the court.
So they might lie to the commissioner.
That might be possible.
Aye.
That might be possible.
Aye.
My partner Placid does tell me all the time, give people the benefit of the doubt until you can prove you can't get the benefit of the doubt.
Fair enough.
So let us Cop Sergeant Francis?
Yes.
She's the secretary, you said, to the commissioner of police?
Yes.
All right. Let us give her 2 weeks. She says she'll get in touch with you. Let us see if she gets in touch with you.
I also went to see the DPP and was fiercely rejected, but I don't know.
You was fiercely rejected?
Yes.
The DPP should have thrown water for you.
All right.
Tell me why.
I'd rather not say.
Hey, we can't deal with that, We can't deal with that, can't deal with that.
No, but, okay, I
followed... No, leave it, Jack. Leave it. Let me just line up something here and get out of here just now.
She want a divorce if I join up the police force. She said they're getting on bad and she watching them National Guard. Nowadays a big competition between the police force and civilianity. Anything is hooligans do, police doing them too. And don't doubt me, who you think any man in Savannah is a policeman? Who raped the cow in Balandra is a policeman. Stabby wife Diego Martin is a policeman. Who take bribe and get away smiling is a policeman.
Hey, when last you hear from your partner Bubbler?
Oh, I'm hear from him for a while.
Hey, let me say good night to the man Bubbler.
Big up yourself, Bubbler.
He may be sleeping by now, Alright. It's 7 minutes before the midnight hour. But long time in here from Bubbler.
In the force for security.
Here's Sean, a friend.
Harassing everybody.
Yeah, how are you?
With the guns.
Come and see Sean just put some here. Wow, you not play my partner, Bubbler.
Hey, Sean,
me tell you, that's how me work now. You got to find me now.
Your hat got flash. And if they shot me.
Because that's how me work tall.
Say, renegades can attack and
Sean and Bubbler always attack. They're in the conversation regular.
Who?
Sean and Bubbler.
Man, in a supermarket.
Sean and Bubbler? When did that conversation?
No, I'm saying that he has a call-in on Sean show.
Oh.
Policeman. Then he drink a glass of phosphor.
Yeah, I was calling for Allison show too?
Never hear you too much from Allison.
You need to do it for Allison show?
No.
Yeah, I just called to say something to my government, which is my government, yeah? Mm-hmm. Our government, our government.
Right.
I may speak to the Gaston Brown administration, to the Labour Party, team, board, everything about Labour Party. Mr. Rosa said some things on the radio this morning, which I'll now wait for you to say them because I'll know them and somehow don't say them and I will say them again. If me ever say them, you will say them too, because I really fear nothing, eh? But what me see in the Labour Party is a party when they win government, them win government for you people. You have to say it that way. And Labour Party is not a party that take care of their people in certain aspects. Like what we're hearing this morning about Miss Mary Claire Hurst. It's not sounding good and it's not good. And what I can see is my party, that's the party that I back. So me can stand up and say that proud and loud. Yeah? And with Gaston Brown 100%. Anytime, anyway, any day. Yeah? But my this is the Labour Party. They need to look about them people. Everybody a Labour Party people. Yeah? But they must remember the people who stood with them. Yeah? And it seems like them only want us to be soldiers when they're out of power. When they're in power, they do not remember their people. You understand? And that's a very, very, very sad way. And a bad way. You know?
I hear you.
Yeah, presently they are in power. So what they do? They turn their back on all the people who they know that really, really, really die-hard Labour Party people. Yeah? And when they're out of power, they come to you and they tell you they will do anything for you. But we stood with them throughout all the years. And this is what the treatment that a lot of us is getting and will be getting. And I think that if Mr. Brown is the head, he has to look into these things. I said that to him over and over, and I would never stop saying that. The buck stoppers is at his feet, yeah? He's the soldier, he's the head of the camp. And if he don't look into these things, well then, I can tell him straight up, he don't care about Labour Party people, he don't care about us. I'm telling him that, you know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, and I thank you for your call this morning.
Okay, so please, thank you.
No problem, Bobla. Thank you for your call.
Have a good morning.
You too, King. Have a blessed day and a weekend.
Yeah,
thank
you too.
Wow. Bobla. Bobla. What? What you say, Bobla? Let me start abusing you now. You say that you're not patriotic and you're not this and that kind of stuff. I say, who feels it knows it, Bobla?
Look, Bobla dog here, you know.
Somebody
Bobla might tell you too.
No, well, let me tell you something, Beef. I'm glad you said that now. Anytime you look back on Real Talk and watch the views, I'll go and pass the thousands and
stuff. I do those reviews.
No, well, me love to go back and watch. Me love to watch the views and them and so. Me see Real Talk I touch 850, 1,000 and so.
I do this reviews.
No, well, me tell you, Real Talk get people, a lot of people watch Real Talk.
Wait, say, but
so Bobble will hear, man. Bobble will go back over and view again.
What a thing.
Big up yourself, Natty.
You know, as Boblo was talking there, my mind running a tune. Boblo just not understand. Boblo and the likes, right? The people who complain about somebody, they don't really understand what's going on.
What make you say that?
Eh?
What make you say that?
Because I know that will be the case.
Boblo understand, man.
Yeah, Boblo don't understand what's going on. If Boblo don't understand what's going on, Boblo don't understand what's going on.
Hey, look.
Trust me.
What you say? You love me? Well, me love you too. So if you love me, and me love you, I want love. That means love to the fullest. Yes. Something goes on. One day, while I was passing through an alley
deep in the mud,
I heard a quarreling between a fellow and his
You're the greatest.
A voice said, darling, what you getting on so far? Don't you know to enjoy life you must suffer? If you never know pain,
but tell it then
you will never know joy. You will never never no joy.
There is no true love without jealousy.
It's love, I love you. It's love, I love you. And there is no true love without a bash now and then. It's love, I love you. It's love.
Hello, good night, caller.
Hello.
Hey, good night, Bubla. Hey, what will you say you sleep, boy?
You sleep, man. You sleeping so easy, you know.
Okay, how you doing, man?
I'm good.
Hey, may I play a tune for you?
For me?
Yeah, Abstinent. Love, I love you.
Well, we really love the tune because Abstinent try to make our straight every time. He try to make our know how to live.
Yep.
So, we respect that, but you say something that me really appreciate what you say because me not have to watch for myself overnight.
And me say so, Joe Blackie says so.
Me say that, Bubla.
Oh, Joe Blackie says so?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, that's why even though there is nothing for watch for myself over now.
No, well.
Because when me talk and stand by for my word.
I'm a love for you, that king.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Me talk and stand by my word and me respect every man in whatever them do, but when they're wrong, and when they're right, and me no matter where be, see, and still Antigua, me defend every time. Even if me say me love Gaston Brown and me follow Gaston Brown, yes, me will follow you, but me not gonna follow you in the wrong way.
Manners.
Sure. If you do anything that is wrong cannot be right for nobody. So, anything that nobody can really vex with me, think no other how.
True.
I mean, I know where to move go. Just when me there, just when me stay. But I just have to just make certain that I make them know that they rise and them and pull up them socks.
Bless man.
So let me ask you this. If you see you might lose your life, you know, move it till the top.
What I mean I might lose my life?
What are the meaning that can have?
When they say I might lose my life, what I mean?
What are the meaning?
Okay, let me ask you one different way. Bubla.
Yeah.
If you're coming up on the left side of the road without drive pan,
yeah,
and you drive one Suzuki like one we drive, and you see a mixer truck come west, pan for your side, you got tap on your side?
Nobody get tap it.
Okay, here, Joe Blackie.
All right, my boy.
Right. Nobody gets steady.
Joe Blackie in the middle of ask all kind of question, you know?
Yeah, but then, I mean to say, you just have to just come straight forward. I mean to say, even you, anyone are you, because whether or not that me say that what me just say, it means that because that me see you do something wrong, and me with you, that me go hell with you know.
No, but you still can't say that you're not going to move. You
can't tell a man what you say, Joe Blackie. You have a talk for you. You can't tell a man what you say.
No, well, if me see somebody do wrong, me not tap with them.
That's a you.
Yeah, but you know you can stay with them and correct them. And, because let me tell you something now. Each one teach one, right?
Yes.
And you're never too big to be corrected.
True.
You check? So, if me with you, let's say, me with my partner there, not Joe Blackie, but my brethren there, and me and you move, and things will go wrong. Me can't just turn my back on you like that. Me have a situation that I try to hold the fort with you and make you know, hey look, boss, right now, you head down the wrong road, you have to turn back. Me have a head with you still now, but you have to go turn back now. If you not turn back and you mean your head onto that accident, me go turn back and left you, man. You come out of that machine and me not come straight on with you.
Me.
Bless up, King.
Alright, I'm a good now.
That's
one love.
Every time, man.
Every time. Alright, bless.
Yeah.
Hello, good night, caller. Wow.
Yeah, Joe Blackie.
Yeah, love, man.
If you are a son and you see you go down around, turn it back way.
How you mean? How you mean? If me tired to pull you up, I'm tired be them for him.
Can I hear you?
If I've been there for him on a number of occasions, and I've been trying to mold him into the right person, and he keep on going down the wrong road, me done with that.
Yeah, well, you might feel the wrong road when on the right road. But you now turn it back for the sun. Anyway, the people say something earlier. No, good will say no. It'd be good with a fight to bring off flight between all the people and them, maybe supporters of the Labour Party.
You believe all BPM supporters may come?
What do you mean? I don't know where they're from. But there's nothing wrong with it now. Don't get me wrong now. What you do in the back of the law now? A strategy win election now.
What you think of the Prime Minister's comments?
The Prime Minister said, what you want to do with the Prime Minister talk, right? Because he can't really say, because you know block laws.
Let me ask him a question again. What are your thoughts on the comments of the Prime Minister?
Well, we know plenty of people transfer out today and live in our constituency. But they all come in, but we know lots of fine people move and go in our constituency.
Let me ask you for the third time.
Yeah.
What are your... Did you hear what the Prime Minister say?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it?
Well, me don't see nothing wrong with it.
Okay, man. Have a nice morning.
Give me a beef. Check sports. A strategy you use now. And I love it now.
Yo, but don't hear you know. I don't want an explanation.
Yeah, but you know, I hear because you are...
I ask you a question. You gave me an answer. I'm done.
Okay. What do you think about people come vote? That not even live here.
Some of
them come here for a couple of weeks and register. How only for people?
Nobody can come here for a couple of weeks and register.
What nonsense is?
What's your position, chat, people?
Yeah, hold on it. You know people that come here and in a couple of weeks they register? Call on name. Call on name. Hey, look, see you later, King. Hey, after 12 months, go home. See you later. Hey, take care. Hey, take care. See you later. Alright. But when I play the verse, I'm going to believe Bobla.
Let me ask you a question first before you play that.
Yeah.
For you to be eligible to register in a constituency, how long you have to be residing there?
I think a month.
1 month. So now 2 days, now couple days, nobody can go in and no constituency for a couple days and register.
Hey, look.
Go ahead, play what you play now.
That is what love is all about. Love to the maximum. While I was passing through an hallway in the hospital, I saw the same young man looking just like raw meat, quiet as a dove. A voice said, "Darling, what you getting on so far? Don't you know to enjoy life you must suffer? You will never know pain. You will never know joy. You will never know joy.
There is no true love without jealousy.
His love, I love you. His love, I love you. And there is no true love without a bash now and then. His love, I love you. His love, I love you. All about. That is what love is all about.
So when I heat up this sweet tile
and I douse you with His love, I love you. His love, I love you.
And when I take the hot frying pan
and I open your cranium, His love, I love you. His love, I love you. What love is all about. That is what love is all about.
Ba-da-ba-da-bop.
Blessed Antigua must come together after all the recent flight.
Hey, Jablaki. It's 9 minutes after the midnight hour. Hey, we gotta be getting out of here now. Hey, your final words.
Well, give thanks, my brother, and I just feel so energetic when even when I left the studio tonight.
we're going. 1 o'clock, somebody come in, we think.
Yeah, man, I man feel real energetic tonight and just feel uplifting. Yeah, give thanks again. And just hope that everybody have one Ivy week and next weekend. I know we'll talk in the house again. Bless up.
We have to pull down all the evils we have here. Corruption, build more school roads and bridges. Health education, we want positive changes. The people put to their think country first, not for your personal fortune and fame. The more things change, the more they remain the same. If you don't take us to higher heights, the same thing that could make you shame. The more things change, we know the more they remain the same. The more things change.
Hey, well, let me just say. Hey, thank you to all those persons who would have called or WhatsApp. Hey, thank you for staying the course with us. Hey, thank you for coming in, Jablaki.
Every time, King.
Hey, glad to have you in studio with me, my friend. Hey, to the silent majority. Hey, those persons who are just gonna listen, they're not gonna call in or nothing. Hey, thank you for staying the course with us. Either way. Hey, to our online audience. Hey, thank you, and God spare life. We should be back in the house next week, Saturday. Hey, remember, hey, to try and keep us safe as possible. Hey, for the ladies who reside alone, hey, burn the electricity. Hey, your security is priority number 1. And remember, hey, to keep the Almighty God as your guide, because with Him in your boat, hey, you can smile at the storm. Hey, not that you're not gonna have storms, but you can smile at the storm. And don't worry, the Lord, the Almighty God will always provide for you, man. Once you're a righteous person, you will not have to beg. The Lord will provide. Hey, so until we come together again, everybody, hey, rest good. Hey, much love. Hey, I'm gonna go out on the greatest song that Willie Wawa ever sang. Hey, big up Willie Wawa. Hey, that even a drop sleep. Hey, take care, my friend, until we come together again next week, God's willing. Much love.
you must pledge your allegiance. And then turn your head the other way when you see corruption. You have to learn to see with the eye, look boy, and shut up your mouth. Otherwise, this same speed you come in with, man, they kick you out. They smuggle plane in broad daylight, everybody know and they see there's no secret sea. Proud within custom official reporting the country's duty. But you dare not talk if you only squad boy, look like or smoke your pipe. You get no justice and no liberty, even when they're wrong, they're right. Tell me, is that democracy? I want to hear your voice shout loud. No, 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 no. Tell me, is that democracy? I want to hear your voice shout loud. No, 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 no. But that's not for everybody. Only if you're in the family or kiss the tail of the hierarchy. If this isn't madness, we joke and we laugh. But the heart of the sadness, we get with back. There are institutions in this country that are operating that free, I can't understand. They don't even pay work as social security. Yet they give them all kind of concession, but they're murdering the poor man. Yes, man. If you owe your light bill for 2 months, brother, you really starve. Sometimes you don't know sense and look, man, they chop you up. But some people owe all like 80,000 and want to fight. And nobody they send the order to go and cut the light. They borrow money like thieves, and we the poor rented of this land have to sacrifice. And toil and sweat to pay the duties that they owe to the foreign banks. The poor man can't get a piece of the land, no care how he beg and squeeze. But they give it way to expatriate, with no blocking with bomb with beef. Answer me, is that democracy? I want to hear your voice shout loud. No, 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 no. Tell me, is that democracy? I want to hear your voice shout loud. No, 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 no. Land, truly democracy. Let me hear the song play once more.
Located in the capital city of St. John's, Antigua in the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, stop that!
And our transmitter located at the highest point, Boggy Peak in the parish of St. Mary. This is ZDK Liberty Radio International 97.1 FM, the People's Radio Station.